My brain costs $3 a day. Hey dude, how it's going? Good, good. Hope you're doing good too. No rage bait today, okay? Hey guys, how you doing? Hello Mr. AI LARPer. How's AI slopping going today? Any new prompts you did off stream? You're banned. Tschüss. 5 minutes, guys. Not even 5 minutes in, this guy's gone for 5 minutes. Tschüss. First, guys, first. You're not first, sorry. Just a tiny bit, okay? I'll keep it down, okay. So, did you guys play this Horde Attack demo? I will run a tool. Horde Attack demo total. It cost you 400 million tokens.
Hello, Cakez.
I don't understand. I will run a tool. Horde Tech demo. API pricing is high, so not realistic. By model Opus 5 costs me 300. Fable 588. Hey guys, in the last week we talked a lot about AI, and I must say, guys, you already posted like.
Don't
if you
be
already
afraid
posted.
of poor marketing.
No, wait, not right now, IQ. Good morning. Tech demo a couple of days ago. I think last Monday there was a big discussion in chat about AI and what AI could do. It's not great in artwork, and it's also not so good in gameplay loops. Here's where humans come in. But there's a lot of stuff that people don't believe AI could actually do it. For my software business, I have quite a big budget for AI, so I decided to test the last few days. I spent around 10 to 12 hours on this. I built a small game. It was completely built by Claude Code Fable 5. All the images were made by Fable 5, and there was no plugins, no MCPs, whatever that is. Just me planning it out, prompting, steering, and this is what the result is. 10 hours. It is not a great game, it's not a good game, but it was not the point. I was showing you that well-tech made demo is what you could do in a few days. So guys, what do you expect out of this? We can play it. He spent $500 on this in 10 hours. What do you expect? Shall we check it out? It is right here. I can click run game. I have a $200 subscription and I used 30% of that. If it was per token, then it was $500. I see. Click it. Minus 500 USD, yeah. Okay. Let's see. No sound? No sound, so we keep music. Okay. I can zoom in. There is a zoom easing function applied to it, which I guess is an ease out or something. We can drag the map with the middle mouse, and the base has 60,000 HP. And the pixel art is, well, pixel art. But at least it's consistent. Okay, arrow. We have an arrow tower that we can put onto a tile. Yeah. Can it shoot behind the wall? Can it die? Difficult to say. I'm assuming that the enemies come from here, then go here. And then go into the middle. So I would assume this is a good position. And I'm almost out of money. We gotta be careful here. 500 left. We'll save that. Laser. Okay. Start now. Okay, so here are the enemies. And I get completely obliterated. They are not separating on the target, it looks like. I don't know if they separate... Laser. Meteor. Okay, there's two more. Freeze. I thought they were frozen. Strike. Okay. And the base, next wave is in 23, so flame. And how many enemies are coming? Wave 1 out of 10? Wave 10 is 120k. Well, I won't reach wave 10 because I'll die beforehand. Yeah, but the enemies are completely overlapping with each other. They're not even separating. So there's no collision detection at all. There's absolutely no collision detection. The base is overpowered, you will never die. Okay. Heal. Let's see. You could just meet everyone. Yeah, I mean, why is this guy almost dead though? Hold up. The towers are kind of bad. What is a rocket? Let's put a rocket here. Oh, I have no money. Let's see. Wait. They do AoE damage, it seems like. How many enemies is that? 10,000? Oh, here it says 10,000 enemies. So is this running on the GPU? Is this running on the GPU or not? Uh-oh. How much can they survive? Strike. How much health do they have? This is running on the GPU. Okay, I mean, the enemies are not separating, right? So they don't really care about one another. How much HP do they have? I've been hitting them for 10 days. What? What is this? Okay, so this gotta be bugged. Spam towers? Well, I can't. This is right now 20,000 enemies that are running on the CPU, but they are all overlapping. Like, this is no longer impressive after I have seen that I can spawn 2 million enemies when they are not aware of each other. What is impressive though is how the towers find the enemies. I would like to see the code for that. Because that seems that I find very interesting. Do you have the code for that for me? I would like to see that. Yeah, I mean those big guys. Yeah, there's no separation here. Okay, so 10 hours. I'm gonna put some more flame. These flame guys were really strong. I like those. Cause no separation, yeah. How many tokens for optimized separation? And what is this running on? Is this made in C++ or what is happening here? Yeah, can you show the code? Can we use AI to learn, to get better ourselves and not have AI be better than us? So this is 40,000 enemies, okay. I really don't like the big guys because they destroy my towers every time. Okay. Come on. Want the whole project in GitHub? Yeah, let's inspect the code. Let's see what it does. Would be nice to see. If it's possible for you to do that, that would be great. Yeah, and I really do not like that the big guys are invincible. It's really annoying. But okay. There's no point in putting up any towers because the enemies will just kill them. There's absolutely no point. It's a bug. I see. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe we could put stuff here. So, guys, for those of you who lack context, this is a vibe-coded game, fully vibe-coded game, and that's what I've been saying lately about AI. That makes me mad. Essentially, I've spent like 2 weeks trying to make a game or like something similar, right? I'm working on the collision detection for towers and killing enemies now. That's what I'm working on. This guy coded this with AI in like 1 or 2 days. And it is a gameplay loop wise. This is further along than I am. When it comes, no, let's say mechanic wise, right? Mechanics wise. Why is that? Well, because the towers are already aware of a target priority and they are hitting enemies based on some target priority. I don't know what the target priority is, but they already have a target priority. And yeah, well, there's no enemy separation, which, you know, is bad. No separation is huge. That is true. No separation. I mean, there kinda is a separation going on. But, yeah. Try my vibe-coded app. No. I'm not trying that. I don't wanna get mad. Yeah, 500 alive. There's a bug. I mean, there's a bug with these enemies. I made it private again. Yeah, would be nice to see. Would be cool if you could show that. Shall I use AI to import my game to C++ from GameMaker to improve the performance? I would not do that. I would stick with GameMaker, bro. GameMaker is king. It's really good. Okay, so currently 15,000 alive. 26,000 alive. It doesn't lag at all. Right? That's what's crazy about this. But guys, maybe we can learn something from this, right? Maybe we can learn. I kinda have to spam here the base, otherwise it's dead. And building towers makes no sense. But look, this laser seems to always shoot the furthest along target, or I don't know, it seems to... No, it seems to look at the closest target towards the tower. I say this much, Cakes. I respect the hell out of you for not using AI. There's always some retard in chat that says, yes, he does, because he asked ChatGPT a question. Shut the fuck up. This guy asked ChatGPT a question, that's why he's using AI. He could have Googled the same way, but he asked ChatGPT. Probably that's one who's made vibe code with someone who already knows how to achieve something like that conceptually. Otherwise, most vibe coders won't really know how to even phrase it. Yeah, we'll look at the code once it's finally done. May I ask, what's your point of not using AI for coding? I don't learn anything. I get stupider. And I am at the firm belief that knowledge is power. So yes, while AI, like this is fully vibe coded, right? 10 hours. Looks impressive. Let's say that. Not gonna lie. Looks, I mean, there's this bug right here, which sucks at all. I don't know how that can even happen, but otherwise, yeah. Start now, yeah. Start now. I should probably start now. All the time. Once the wave's finished. HP on those guys, the small ones have 8. Let's see. Well, what about the project? Did you invite me to the project or what's going on? Can I look at it? So yeah, but guys, the problem with this approach right here is the enemies are not separating. There it is. Okay. Sir, orc problem GPU. Okay. Let's look at the project. We're currently 70,000. It does lag a bit, does it? Or is that just me? Guys. Is that laggy? We can start the next wave too. Now we are wave 9 out of 10. That's 80,000. Am I wrong? Does look like it's stuttering every once in a while, isn't it? Or am I wrong? It looks like it's lagging now. What? If the author is using cursor, it could be fixed with debug mode for sure. There's no collision, right? Yeah, there's no collision, yeah. I'll click the start next wave button the moment I can. But 100,000 is... Okay, let's do start next. Can you link this in chat again? It's literally scroll up, bro. Oh, you mean this your brain's lagging? Guys, it is lagging. The FPS went down. How is it even that there's only 117,000 alive? 118,000. Alright, let's just kill him. Now we only have 7,000. Yeah, now it's smooth again. Damage killed like 100,000 in one shot. That's crazy. All right, guys. So this is essentially the tech demo that Shintai made using AI. This is AI, guys. So I could like sit here and try to kill these, but yeah, essentially you have a couple of buttons. You can heal your base. You can strike. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see what code how he coded it, shall we? Or how AI coded it. Oh, hold up. I clicked the wrong. This one right here. So this is the GitHub. An hour ago, HIO, 37 minutes ago, docs. Oh god. Okay, so Claude, CMD. Written mostly in C++, WebGSL. A little bit of Python shell, okay. Let's see, source. So what I'm interested in is flow CPP. Let's see, flow field. This is the flow field. Having the resolution divides every distance in the search by exactly 2, so no comparison flips output float moves. It halves both the bucket ring and the number of keys the sweep has to walk. What the hell are you talking about? It also still fine resolution for the cost noise further down. K units, whatever that means, 200 tiles. I have no idea what that means, guys. Absolutely no idea. Noise shift, noise 1, noise sound, noise round. Level mask. Noise span. What are we reading? What are we reading here? Noise cost? Base scale? A cost at the two ends of that band as a constant expression. The cheapest possible one is the lower bound of the relaxation rejects on before it pays for a hash. What are you talking? Did you drink something? Huh? The tile's own noise. Noise. I mean, I guess it's using some sort of seed or something avalanched out of its index in the padded grid. Padded grid. Padded grid? That index is a bijection of x and y for a given map. So hashing it is hashing the tile coordinates specification names, and it costs no division in the hottest loop of the file. The hottest loop? Any hot in my area or something? What? Which recovering x and y from it would? It is kind of hot today. That is true. It's going to be 28 degrees. Yeah, not true. Not bad. Yeah. The mixer is the low bias 32 finalizer. You know what this reminds me of? This one guy that everyone knows. He's constantly using the best words possible, the most sophisticated words, but he absolutely knows nothing. That's what we have right here. That's AI right now. Tile noise. Whatever that is, guys. Whatever that is. Cost of stepping onto a tile. Here is something interesting. The flow field is a cost of stepping onto a tile. The enter tile carries the noise, so the two directions of an edge cost the same, and the metric stays symmetric. Seed 0 is flow seed off. The scale is exactly car noise, blah, 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 blah. So this is really, 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 really complicated for something simple. It turns something simple into very, very... So basically it takes a tile, a seed, I guess, and I don't know what the base means. Then the cost is 0, I guess. Yeah, hell nah. Yeah, this is AI. Okay, so we're not looking into this at all, guys. This is just neighbor order for orthogonals first and the 4 diagonal direction. The direction arc min Below keeps the first of equal candidates. So this order is part of the output and must not be reshuffled. Hä? The two orthogonal tiles, the ambitious brushes. Okay, let's just skip over this. This is just absolutely ridiculously stupid, in my opinion. Super dumb. Okay, let's find... Okay, whatever. Let us find... The shaders are the important parts. SIMD. Sim spawn. WebGLSL. WebGSL. WebGL sim target. Target here. Target. Sim target. Pass 5. Targeting. That's interesting, because that's what we have to do today anyways, right? Maybe we learn something. So this is where we hopefully can learn something. We have a uniform buffer. We have a position array. The current position buffer. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess the current position buffer is from the enemies, I guess. HP. From the tower. Grid read only here. Grid, I don't know what that would be. The grid position? Oh. No! Oh, fucking GitHub! What did you do? Huh? Ah. Stats is an index too. This is so badly done, but okay. Towers. A GPU tower. Let's see what a GPU tower is. Okay, so hold up. We kind of have to look at GPU tower. There has to be common. Yeah. All right. So what is a GPU tower? Uniforms, map tiles, 24 map size and tiles, visible tile, rect origin, visible tile, rect size, second since boot, SimTick, B hertz, enemy 2-frame ball rate, whatever that means, padding. Enemy type, LOD, why would we have that? Footprint, why would we do that? Atlas size, okay. Padding, enemy frame. Okay, uniforms, okay, fine. Clip from world, where's the other structures? Where's the other structure? Sim uniforms. The structure, oh my god, what are all of these functions? Select, siege cap off, siege weight off, grid block some bay, oh my god. Okay, where is the structure for the tower? Damage event, here, events, interesting. Damage events, mirrors, damage event, the field order is not the spec, okay, shut up. Event buffer has an array of events, padding, and count. Okay. The easiest way for... here it is. So a tower has a position, which this could just be an int value, by the way. An index into a grid. The kind, the level of the tower. Apparently towers have level, the range, the damage, whatever parameters. Targets, and then it's only U32. Fire ticks, timer, and an animation direction. Aim direction, I see. Okay, so there we have it. Tower GPU. All right, towers. All right, and we have an array of towers. It is invoking this with an array of towers. Only for the kill count below. Arrow is the one damage source that resolves inside the sparse. So it is the one that has to name the enemy type itself. Was? Was redest du da? Cosmetic only. Cosmetic only? Tower fire. ARD? ADR? One write-only record per tower slot. Read by draw tower fire. And by nothing else. Never read back to the CPU, never read here. And nothing in this path branches on it, so it cannot change what the tower does. What are we talking about? What the hell are we doing here? That is so convoluted and bad. It's insane. Max arrow targets. Arrows pick list. This is a const. Balance pass 2 made arrow a splash weapon. So it needs exactly one pick. The enemy the blast is centered on, and the list that's used to hold 3 or 4. Okay. Okay. Let's just not read. Append event. Yeah, I mean, it does an atomic add on the event counter. Event overflow. There's even an event overflow, which I would just loop around, but fine. Or I would ignore the event. And then it just writes the event. Okay, cool. Nice. Write shot. Records a shot. Shot. And then it puts a shot into the array. Yeah, that's basically this function right here. Spawns a projectile, guys. Okay, I'll make it easy for you. It takes in data, I guess. Not sure what the slot means. This slot right here should actually be... Oh, so one tower has one slot. So meaning one tower can shoot one projectile at a time. Therefore, this is the slot from the tower. But okay, that's really bad, but fine. Whatever K means, kind. Padding. No. P0, P1, I guess these are the points. This is the position in the grid. And some parameter, which whatever that means. Okay, great. Cell rect distance, squared distance from P to the... Okay, so it's looking at a cell or position from a cell. 0 when P is inside the cell. This is the early out. If already exceeds the best distance found so far, so no enemy cell they win. Okay, so basically this is choosing the closest target. To spare you the details of this dog shit, this is choosing the minimum distance. Scan rectangle is basically going over the rect of cells. What the hell? Cell X off, cell Y off, cell Y off, cell X off. Oh my god, that is so bad. Basically, this scan rect is like a wrapper around a for loop or something. So it can get a vector 4 and then loop over this vector 4. Okay. Scan nearest. Scan rect R. Yeah, and then it does the double for loop. That is so bad. Why not just make the double for loop directly and then early out if r.y is like less than 0 or r.y is greater than the grid size. Okay, anyways, so this is bad, but okay, it goes over the rectangle and then tries to find the best distance. Here it is. And then it atomically loads some start. What is start doing? E. The grid holds only enemy that were alive at scatter time, but an arrow earlier in this same pass may have killed since. What? Is it an enemy? Is the grid? What is the grid? Oh, the grid is an array of indexes, I guess. E. And then it gets the HP from the enemy. Oh my god, is that bad? Okay, any branches bad for the GPU? We had branches for the GPU going and we have spawned like 1 million enemies. Didn't do that badly. Sure, I could... Yeah, anyways. Scan top HP, highest HP alive enemy in range. Oh my god, it makes an entire function for this? So hold up. There's two functions, this target priority. We have the scan nearest function. Then we have the top HP function. And I'm not gonna go over how they are implemented. We can figure this out ourselves. Okay, maybe I learned something just now that we could take like a range. We could generate a range where we don't have to have 2 if checks. Essentially, what the AI does here is this right here. And I've written it a lot easier for it to be a lot easier to read. But essentially on compute enemies, I'm scanning the grid in this way, where I go from my grid position and I go 1 to the left and 1 to the right. And then if I ever shoot outside the grid, I just call continue here. I could potentially just generate, I guess, an X top and X bottom and X top value that makes sure that X is never below 0 and never greater or equals to grid size. So I could just say, let X min be grid positional X -1, and then we do the minimum, no, the maximum of that. And then we have the same for X max and say grid position +1. But instead this time we take the minimum and we say grid size -1. And then we do the same thing for Y. Right? Oops. And then we say, well, X starts on min and goes until it's max. And the same, and then we can save. Let's see if that works, right? But it really, this optimization here is negligible. You know? This does nothing. It really doesn't. We could check if it works. Still works. Let me just get some enemies here. Seems like it works. They still split on each other. Right, I'm spawning a lot of enemies right now. That seems to still work. Potentially, right. Anyways, let's go over some more code here. These are basically 2 functions to scan, okay, the target priority. Here actually is the code. Max towers, it gets the tower. Tower is dead, then it returns. Okay. So basically it never writes outside the tower, okay. If it's an arrow tower, it scans the top HP, gets the target slot, I guess. Whatever that is. This is so badly written. Oh my god, this is so badly written. That is so bad. Then it does a damage event, appends that, and returns. Rocket tower behaves differently, but also a damage event. It rides a shot. Oh, I get it now. There are no projectiles. It literally just rides a shot. Tower kind rocket. If it's an arrow tower. It's a rocket tower. It rides a shot and then it rides a shot and it depends. Oh god. Looks like they trained Cloud Code on your... Okay, buddy. You wanna get banned? Okay, so yeah, basically this is just targeting. Let's see. Okay, okay, fine. Let's see. Something else. Sim update. Separation push. Yeah, that doesn't seem to work at all. Let's just ignore that. Lateral bias. Okay, shut up. Lateral bias. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. What is it doing? What is this doing? You know what, guys? I think I'm done here. This code is atrocious. Like, if this is this the top of the line vibe coding experience, or is this top of the line vibe coding code? Because this is just insanity. It goes through the events. If it's a freeze event, then it sets the status on the slot to be the tick of S, which whatever S is. So, hey, hold up. Is this one of the best models? Yes, so it is one of the best models. Plus the events damage. Atomic sub HP to do damage. Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh my, okay, so let's see. So bad. Okay, so this is where damage happens. What about enemies? This is just draw enemies. Texture sample level. Okay. Draw effects, draw enemies, draw structures, draw tiles, draw tower fire, SIMD, grid, spawn, target, and update. That's it, guys. I don't know where the enemies are being updated. I would like to see the enemy update code. Where's the enemy update code? In update? Position in. See, like it says position in. Let D be P minus position in. Let P be position in slot. This part right here in 145. Built in global invocation ID slot atomic load. If the HP is less than, yeah, so this is updating enemies, it looks like. If HP is less than 0, return. So it basically, if an enemy dies, that's why it didn't work in the end. Because I see, so I understand now. Sim update pass 6 of the tick, 1 thread per enemy slot, dispatched from the main right after targeting. Pass 6 of the tick. I don't know what the tick means. Pass 6 of the tick. But okay, so basically sim update is updating enemies. And here we have the reason why at later stages, when there's already enemies alive, it didn't spawn them. Or you said that at the very end, there are supposed to be 140,000 enemies. But I thought it would add the enemies to basically what is happening is this, guys. For those of you who remember the beginning. No, Obsidian, not OBS. Sorry, I can't see what it's let's see. Excuse me. So basically the AI coded an array. And right now what's happening is if an enemy dies, it just ignores this slot and goes to the next. And then it computes this slot. And if these two are broken, then it just skips them. It goes over to the next. And then when it's supposed to spawn enemies, it'll go here and then spawn into slots that are not filled. So it will spawn an enemy here. It will skip over this because it's already full. Go to the next, spawn one here, spawn one here. Skip, let's say if this one is already occupied, then it'll skip over that and go over this. And therefore, and then it treats each one of these slots apparently as a spawn. So even if it skips a slot because the enemy is still alive, it still thinks it spawned that many. So kind of badly written. Event count. It goes. This is also bad. Like basically, it generates events on the GPU for the GPU. So like a tower writes an event into a buffer, and the enemy reads that event from the buffer. I mean, I guess it kind of works. It's like what I do with my projectiles and their colliders. And then it finds the event and does something on it. Yeah, it does damage or it freezes. And then HP, if HP is that, then it adds to the stats. Kill. The enemy died. Basically, one more enemy died. Alive is counted after the damage step. Yeah, so this, if this enemy did die, it is alive. Spawned this tick. Frozen. Return. Yeah, okay. Okay. You know what, guys? You know what? This is, for me, this is, let's say it is impressive, but I'm not impressed. Because I know I'm already better. Feels good, man. Feels good. I'm happy. AI didn't beat me. I won. Let's review again in 1 week, Cakes. So you want to work on this for 1 week with AI. You want to optimize the game in 1 week and then come back and have me play it again. Only AI. Okay, guys, how about this? Shintai is going to spend a week improving a game. A week, guys. Okay? This was done in 10 hours. A week. He's gonna spend another week improving a game. And I will also, at the same time, improve my game. So next Thursday, yeah. Next week, Thursday. We look at it again. Deal. Remind me on Discord. Deal. Alright. I'm not impressed. Not impressed. I'm better, guys. Make a YouTube video out of it? Yeah, we will make a YouTube video out of it. It will be a YouTube video. Okay, see you in 1 week, my brother. Try your best. I think... Now I will AI lose. I will all AI lose. Okay, you will let all AI lose? Yeah, okay. Code review. So the code that I have seen today, guys. Oh my god. I don't envy any person that has to deal with this on a daily basis. The code that we just saw is atrocious, man. And the comments, that was crazy. Like, what was this guy talking about? This, like, if this was written by a person, I would think one of two things. Either he is so far gone and has an IQ of 5,000 that he knows stuff that no one understands and only he can understand it, or they have gone completely nuts and insane and they're blabbering and, you know, they need to be locked up in some mental asylum. That's crazy, bro, what we just read. It is insane. Like, some of these comments are just... Look. 128 records of 48 bytes, mirroring Horde GPU tower in source hours. The GPU owns the roster and writes one 48-byte slot in place. /upgrade/destroy. Timer and animation duration are the two fields on the GPU owns, and the CPU must never overwrite on an unrelated tower, which is why the upload is per slot and not a whole buffer rewrite. Do you understand, guys? Come on! This is somewhat still understandable, gotta be honest, but man. Shoot records. A per tower, purely cosmetic record of the last shot, written by the targeting pass and read by draw tower fire. 128 records of 32B equals 4KB, mirroring Horde shoot record in source damage at age, byte for byte. It is one of the place draw reads compute owned tower side state. The CPU still never reads it. It writes only to clear the whole buffer on a restart. RRD. I always read RRD, it's like a German television. It carries the same shape parameters the damage used. So a tracer can never draw in different shape than the one that is default that dealt the damage. What is this guy talking about? It is documentation for itself. Yeah, guys, either this is like the craziest brain thing or it's just brain damage. AI needs comments to code. I think it does. Yeah. Anyways, I'll see you in 1 week, my brother. See you in 1 week. Okay, so for comparison, all right, for comparison, let me restart. Like, there's a bunch of debug information here. There's my game, all right? Let's compare that. In like 1.5 hours, we are going to, you know, code here as well. We're going to be coding towers on the GPU. We have currently towers operating on the CPU, targeting enemies that approach. And it does work. They shoot and the enemies die properly. But their targeting is still a little off, right? So we want to target properly, and in order to do that, we need to be able to access enemies. And we might even want to swap some enemies out for just enemy positions. But you can see here that you know, it does kind of work. Not gonna lie, it does kind of work. You know, looks kind of cool. What is not working right now is the knockback. Meaning I actually implemented a knockback on the towers, that when an enemy gets hit, they get knocked back. We have to fix that. But yeah, this is the comparison, and ignore the debug code. We needed that yesterday. That'll all be gone. But yeah, let's see in 1 week how far we can go. The good thing is I can also code off stream. I don't always have to just code on stream. And if I were to take the time that I spent only on stream on this last week, this week, how much did we code? Yesterday 2 hours, the day before yesterday like maybe an hour. We didn't really code that much time. That's not excuses, you dummy. I'm just saying I didn't spend that much time. 10 hours is a long time, bro. Oh my god, what a dummy. Anyways. Yeah, AI code. AI tries to take your job, guys. Become smarter, okay? Become smarter. I am not impressed. Thank goodness, I'm not impressed. I know what's happening. Already loser mentality. Okay, bro, this guy's getting on my nerves. Enex, you're gone for 5 minutes. See you in 5 minutes, buddy. Tschüss. Tschüss.
Hello.
But you know that the code is not for reading anymore, right? Developers don't read it anymore. That's a problem. That is a problem, Killjoy. Can you review my code now? No, I don't have the time, Verse Warrior. I wasn't even planning on review it this long, but turned out to be more interesting than I thought.
You
so
have a good time, Cakez, and chat.
actually wanted to do something else. Uh-oh. What happened to penis? I saw this.
Dash.
I wanted to see if you squint your eyes, your eyes. Sorry, your
Clink, 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 clink.
What a dummy. I don't know. Okay. Let's just move on. Very positive. 93% went... Yeah, turned 2% down. That's fine. Animal Well, guys. We already know... Or we all know the game. Very successful 2D puzzle game. I didn't play it. I'm not a puzzle game enjoyer, guys. But the pixel art looks amazing. And the engine is written entirely in C++. The guy spent 7 years on it. And I always use this as an example of someone who made a game in C++ that also wrote the entire engine themselves, which is this guy right here. But I also use it as an example of why I wouldn't do it myself. Because this guy spent 7 years on this. And yes, there are some really cool gimmicks in this. For example, as far as I know, Pirate Software's printer printed out some stuff. So the game interfaces with your printers if you have them to solve some puzzles. Some really cool stuff. I don't know if you can do that in Unity. Probably you can. And though some of these effects are really cool. But still, 7 years is a long time. Could you have made this game faster in Unity? I don't know. Do you need this technology, aka C++ and full control, or not? I want to know what this guy thinks about making an engine. In my opinion, the coolest part about making an engine is not the time you waste, but the freedom you gain. I can literally do anything I want to, and optimize that as much as possible. Though setting up something is really, really annoying still. Let's see. And this guy just looks like a puzzle enjoyer, man. It's crazy. I don't enjoy puzzles at all, bro. I don't like puzzles.
I kind of get excited.
Hold up one sec. Let's see. Let's make that a bit louder.
I kind of get excited when there's like an engine problem that needs to be solved. Like, oh, I can stop making art and I can go.
I don't. Yeah, you learn a lot. That's true. I don't get excited anymore. Oh man, imagine OpenGL errors. OpenGL errors. Oh my god, I hate them.
Do this kind of boring esoteric thing, but there's like it's like satisfying because there's like a correct answer a lot of times. You have a set amount of work, and then the feature.
What is the game written in, Animal Well, guys? Is it DirectX? Is it Windows only? Where can you see the operating system? Supported operating systems. He used DirectX 12, so no problems. Okay, so he never had to deal with OpenGL. So yeah, DirectX is the goat, guys. Probably 12 too, when it comes to error messages and telling you exactly what you're doing wrong. Guys, to this day, there's not a single graphics glitch in Tangy TD, and I use DirectX 11, and I'm not smart. I am not smart, and I have no graphics problem in my game that was sold over 100,000 times. So DirectX, guys, is the best. But do 11 or 12. 12 is just crazy.
Like comes online and it works. So it's like programming is very like it's almost like gamified, where it's like even if you're doing performance optimization, like you have a number that you're like trying to get down. It's like scoring you the whole time.
True.
On like how good you're doing. So that hasn't been the hardest part. That's like been the easiest part of the project. I think I'm happy I made the engine now, even though I wasn't thinking too hard about it to begin with, because I feel like I have way more independence than other game developers. I feel very like in charge of my own destiny. I kind of get it.
That's why people make engines. Yeah, me too. Because I can choose whatever I do. So for example, if I want to support the web, I can try to do that, but I can also just not do that and do something else. However, this guy spent 7 years on it, so is it worth it? He has 22,000 reviews. Obviously, it paid out for him. But how many people are in chat every day? I'm not calling out names this time. You know who I'm talking to. You are very smart. You have been working on your engines / shaders / renderers for like a gazillion years. And you have not shipped a single fucking game. Not a single game. You know who I'm talking to. You guys know who I'm talking to. Why not? Huh? Because people tend to not release games when they are making their own engine and stuff like that. Because they focus on improving it and improving it and improving it and improving it. And then this is bad and that's not written well. And so I gotta rework this and rework that. But you're never getting your game out. Better than the fucks using AI, never shipping. The end result is the same though. You are not releasing a game. So, I don't get it. You can make engines or you can make games. I think the people, or a lot of people that make engines actually want to make games, but they're never satisfied. I think that's the problem. I think these people tend to be very smart, and maybe it's something where they can't accept mediocrity or something like that. I don't know what it is, but they tend to try to make it perfect. And it never turns out great. Because there's always something that's not good enough or needs to be replaced, and it's like an endless cycle. He didn't spend years on the engine. There's tons of indie games that are written from scratch in less than a year. Drawing some sprites is hardly complicated. Like Gnomes uses raw OpenGL too. The Gnomes developer, and you're wrong with this, spent 5 years. And I have it in he's a friend in Discord. The Gnomes developer behind the Rust engine they made spent 5 years struggling to make an engine before he was ready to make a commercially successful game. And to this point, he's facing issues with OpenGL. But that's beside the point. The point is that he spent 5 years making engines. Afternoon, hello Nix. I get extremely discouraged when trying a commercial engine. I just don't feel like I'm programming the game myself. I don't know, man. I think what you need is... I always show this, but... I would just look at Valheim and go on, man. If anything, what I would use as motivation, if I had to use Unity, is I look at Valheim like, hey, that is possible. And the team wasn't too big that made this. So if they made it in Unity, I should be able to get close to that too. At least for myself, I'm a very competitive person. I would try to reach that standard in Unity. Is that possible, making your own engine? Yeah, I guess. But how difficult would that be if you make your own engine? Guys, do you think this is achievable more in Unity versus making your own engine? Or could you do this in your own engine in the same amount of time too? What do you guys think? Like, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the programmer. Yeah, the programmer. We are not talking about Godot. I talked about Unity or engine. Probably, but probably not. Unity 7 next year is gonna be sick. Valheim is good candidate for Unity, etc. Yeah, because it's an open world where you can interface with the train. It doesn't have to run perfectly. Well, let's say that. It doesn't have to be perfectly optimized because there's not that much going on. It's you fighting how many enemies at a time, maybe? At most 10? I've never seen more than 10 enemies in one frame, usually. You're building a lot of stuff, which is cool, but that's then optimized using the camera and what you call it, where view frustrum culling and stuff like that. That is optimized by Unity. That's basic concept in Unity. The rest of it is just using the Unity engine to make some cool effects, you know? I saw someone recreate parts of Valheim in a custom engine with roughly 1000 FPS. Yeah, so that's someone. AQ, that's exactly my point. Maybe you could even find it. That's someone. Why is that project not on Steam? Why not? What is the problem? He has 1000 FPS. Terrain plus grass plus water simulation. Why is that not on Steam? Why not? Make your own gameplay loop and finish it. Because it's not fun? What do you mean it's not fun? And so if he was able to recreate that, then you know what he can do? He can make enemy swarms. Just, okay, I've been talking a lot about swarms, but it's literally Valheim, but with swarms in 3D. You build your own base, but now you're doing swarms. You can compute them, or you can, since you optimize the game so much, you can compute them, because you literally have a budget of 1000 frames per second. So obviously some stuff can go down. Isn't that great? The game is the actual work, not the engine. Jonathan Blow says the same. True, the game is work. It is a lot of work, yes. Making a good game is hard. That is true. But yeah, I would use this as inspiration, man. This is so good. But this looks so freaking good. And you could do that in Unity. And I'm pretty sure the cool thing about this is, guys, I guarantee you there's gotta be a tutorial out there that teaches you how to do that art style. And recreate that in Unity. So you basically have like a blueprint on how to do it. Because Unity is so big. There's so many people using it. And there's so many tutorials out there. Right? What's up, Kakarino? Hello, Mario. How you doing, my man? 400,000 reviews. That's 500,000. And there's currently, man, there's currently 21,000 people playing. Bro. That is so cool, man. And isn't it releasing soon? Didn't they make like a post or something? Almost there. August 20, yeah. Hope we are having a wonderful summer. Hope you're having a wonderful summer. We're currently gearing up for the 1.0 release in September. Guys, I gotta play this game in September. We're going to make a stream, a Friday stream, where I play this game for the first time on release. Shall we do that? Fixing some final bugs and getting everything ready for you to experience in just a few weeks. Hope you're as excited as we are. In the meantime, please make sure to check out our 1.0 FAQ, which covers many of the questions we've been asked about the release. As always, we recommend that you start a new playthrough. Yeah, that would be a cool idea. Can I join? I would like to experience the game on my own first. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to play with you guys, but I have never played the game, and I need that fresh, that unfiltered solo experience to learn the game for the first time. It's like playing Dark Souls for the first time. I need that, guys. Okay? And I will not play hardcore because it's gonna be the first experience. And we'll just do a big stream of like 5 to 6 hours of me just playing Valheim. Beat the first 2 bosses, then we join? I don't know. I have not played it. I have no idea. Valheim team literally implemented their own net framework, skybox, terrain, etc. Almost every system that Unity ships with, they re-implemented it. Interesting. Maybe we can even dive deep into Valheim rendering at some point and figure out some of the stuff, because we can debug Unity games using RenderDoc. And then, you know, we can see how they constructed them. And with that, you can learn and do that yourself. Why are you waiting for full release? You probably won't be... What is wrong with this guy? This guy has turned negative ever since I banned him like one time. Let's read his logs. Very funny, because the game is the actual world, not design. Jonathan Blow says the same. He would spend 5 years learning Unity too. He would have spent 5 years learning Unity too. Okay, it's not negative. Most of the time in a well was gameplay. Same with Jonathan Blow's game. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Toxic viewer, ban him. No, I thought he was toxic, but he wasn't. Cool video on graphics breakdown and Animal Well. How long is it? We're not watching it today, though. We'll watch it later. How is the frame? Oh, cool. Yeah, we're watching that later. I'll save that for later. It's interesting. Let me see. There you go. Not today, though. Okay, guys. So we have an org problem. Replication. They're looking for feedback, and I thought, why not just play the game for a while and see how it plays. This game right here. So we have an org problem in 3D. Let's just check it out and see how it plays for a couple of minutes, shall we? I've already downloaded it on Steam. Let's see. And then we get to implement into ours, okay? He's telling the truth. I don't think you can beat the forest if you cannot beat the Gothic remake. What do you mean I cannot beat the Gothic remake? What do you mean? I chose to stop playing the Gothic remake because I wasn't having fun. That has nothing to do with I cannot beat the remake. Are you stupid? What is this? That's kind of cool. Oh, that's cool. What is this? New run. Hold up. Settings. Borderless. Oh, cool. 2 sides locked. 1 side selected. Frontier. It's a bit small, I would say. Let's see. Settings. Can we scale the UI a bit? Ah, we can. Apply. That didn't do much at all. Hold up. Quality medium? Let's put it on high. Alright. That's a bit better, huh? Alright, let's see. New game. 720p? Where? Oh! You're right. Hold up. Is the resolution better now? Did the AI go down? Whatever, let's just play. You run. Looks exactly the same, yeah. I don't know. Hi, welcome. I'm Brenda from People. Oh my god, was great. Sound just broke. Uh-oh. What did I do? Okay, well, before your first shift, we need to complete a short workplace orientation with the live customers. Oh god. Okay, begin orientation. Press WASD. Yeah. Zoom in with the mouse. Okay, continue. I hate these types of tutorials, but okay. Review the orange marker, XQ, route limit, select route review. To what? I cannot. Okay, so people always get frustrated with me reading a wall of text. Wrong. Review the orange arrival marker, the cyan HQ marker, and the lit route between them. Then select route reviewed. What? Review the... Oh god, that's terrible. I can't read this. This needs to be an outline. And why would I review this? So it's obvious that the enemies go this path. Can't he just say enemies follow the orange line? The orange line is where the enemies start and go to. Click. Arrival is orange, AQ is high. Yeah, we get it, yeah. Well done. You have completed the sidewalk without leaving your desk. Okay, I'm not in the mood for jokes. Open defenses and choose a basic. Place it on the pad. Oh my god, what is going on here? Strike 1. Okay, that's way too much UI just to place it. Mind you, guys. Sir, we have an orc problem. Starts in a map. You have one button to start the wave. You can only click with your mouse on enemies or on the ground to spawn a projectile. To shoot the enemies. Then you lose. You go into the upgrades. You click your first tower. And you can drag one tower from your UI into the world. Here, it is literally bombarding me with stuff that is not near the same issue. Too much UI. Hide block. What just happened? Why is the cache just not at the top? Why did you put cache here? Oh my god. It is moving. Like when I move my mouse, not even towards the top, it's already moving. It's a bit annoying. Okay, anyway, guys, we are trying to give feedback here. Okay, so listen, I'm giving feedback as a first playthrough. That is what I know, what I see here, okay? So we have a UI problem, yeah. And we have a polite notice structure. 60. Why do I have a polite notice? What is this? Huh? Why can't I build this? Wait, why is this available to me when I can't even build this? And here's another problem. If I go with the mouse close to the bottom, but I'm not not actually touching the edge of the screen, it is moving the camera down. So the collision detection for the mouse to move the camera up or down is not the edge of the screen, but before the edge of the screen, which makes it really uncomfortable to deal with. So that is very annoying. Okay, I need to ban 2 people in chat. Enex. I will see you in an hour. And I ban... Please turn off the music. Lazy Dev for an hour. Thank you. Good stuff. Can the streamer shut up? Okay. We're giving feedback, so 3 people gone. Anyone else? Anyone else? Huh? Giving feedback right now. You know how important that is for a developer to get feedback? Through video? Idiots, man. Freaking idiots. Feedback, yes. But the music is a bit loud, I get it. Let me turn down the music a bit, okay? Sorry about that. Let me know if the levels are a bit better now. That is still very loud. What? Oh, I need to click apply. Sorry. Is that better? Man's looking tan today. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So definitely too much UI. Unit type unavailable this turn. This run. Why is there some random text here? What? Huh? Why do I place the tower outside the grid? Shouldn't I place it here? Like, it's gonna topple over. Eh? Place civics. It's lagging. Oh, that is literally, so we have an orc problem, bro. What you talking about? Oh my god, and it's lagging. Okay, I can place more though. Why can I not place more? Oh, I hate it. Like, okay, start training wave. I'm tired of reading. Just literally start. Oh, they need to fix those lags. What the hell? I cannot see that. What is going on? Like, for every action, the game's lagging. But it's a playtest, so it's fine. Revenue confirmed, processing, customers earn, operation cash. Oh god. A polite notice? That is way too much information in the beginning. What? Structure 60 HP. Operating cache pays more turrets. Boundaries, walls. Is this written with AI? I feel like I'm reading Claude Code right now. What? Boundaries, walls, and turret upgrades. Place another Civics Basics on the pad labeled Civics Badge here. Aim and confirm it. Then place one polite notice on the pad labeled polite notice. Click notice here. Use the pads labeled. Place Civics Basic here and play. Oh my god, buddy. What? Sentinels? Bro, the UI is atrocious. I'm sorry. It is so annoying. Like, it's bleeding on top of each other. It's way too much. Like, what is a polite notice? And I don't even know where to place it. Bro, I think their concept is a nice idea. 3D, so we have an orc problem. But they are breaking it with the tutorial. Bro, have me spawn one tower? Spawn 2 or 3 waves? And that's it. Why are we placing some billboard right now? Right? Guys, do you think this is too much? Like, what do you think? Type some feedback in the chat, guys. I'll tell the dev that we played it, so they hopefully... I don't even know what to do. Place a polite notice here. I'm trying to, though. I can't. It doesn't let me, and the tree's in the way. It won't let me place the polite notice. The tutorial is broken. I think we're stuck. Maybe I had to place that first. Yeah, we're stuck. We're stuck. Hold up. Oh my god! It's like... I have like a millimeter where I can put the mouse. What? Oh, I have to... Oh, that is so bad. And why would they route differently? Because there's some wooden block? I can't even zoom in. Oh, I can't read this much. I typed the game has too much yapping and got an hour ban. You have been negative from the start, so I was assuming that you said too much yapping to me, buddy. How about next time you stop saying so many negative things to me, and then I won't assume that you're negative towards me, huh? So this is your own doing. Because you've been constantly complaining. And now you have to, deal with the consequences of your own actions. Promotions issued. Guys, I think I'm about to quit here, actually. How? And I'm gonna be the gamer. I'll just say it as a gamer. How complicated can you make the first fucking level? Just spawn waves and let me defend them. Sorry. Okay. Am I wrong? Be honest. Be honest. Johnny tutorial, just fail and restart, but no lol, they are like so AI generated right now or just in general? Yeah, right now here for this. Maybe it's a gameplay already. I don't read, I would have quit early. It seems a bit overly tutorially. I'm offended that you're streaming this half-baked shit to my eyeballs, Cakes. Rachel German. The streams make me feel like I'm gradually losing my sanity and I like it for no reason, for some reason. Okay, cool, yeah. Don't turn into a painter out of rage, my sir. For tower defense, this is too convoluted, I agree. I hope the dev didn't spend too much time on or tokens on it. It's painful, sorry. Okay, so we all unanimously agree, apart from the people complaining about you've been you call me this, you call me that, that this is too much. I'm 100% convinced it's AI generated. So many wasted tokens. People might think we're being mean, but it's all super helpful for the dev. I would be loved with this type of feedback for my game. Yeah, no, I'm trying to give as much feedback as possible. This is obviously AI coded, the whole UI rigs of AI. Yeah, it's AI slop. The most annoying thing is that you can't see what the fuck's happening because of the weird lighting. Yeah, like, I don't know why this patch here is so dark. We can barely see the road, which is the most important thing, right? Then it tells me to place a billboard in this location, which is literally with the default camera view behind the tree or whatever this is, bush or trees. And in my opinion, for a first level, maybe this view is a bit better because then the enemies come towards you. And just have one tower, and basically this one tower could be here to the left or to the right. This entire tutorial is not needed at all. And then you just drag a tower onto the grid anywhere and have one button that says start wave. Anything that we see here, all of this information is not needed at all. You don't need this. You don't need this, you don't need this, you don't need this field service thing, you don't need loadout. You just need one button for the tower. You need your cache, top left. Fix the padding on the screen so it doesn't always move your camera when you go here. When you actually go to the edge of the screen. And that's it. Just waves and turrets. One wave, a turret. After that, go to upgrades. Get upgrades done. I'm issuing a promotion right now and I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. And I'm tired of reading this for a simple tower defense game because it could be so simple. So we have an orc problem, managed to do it too. You click two buttons and so we have an orc problem. You're already upgrading your towers. You're already placing more towers. You're already defending your waves. You're farming currency. And here I am bombarded with terrible UI, if I'm being completely honest. Terrible UI. There are better games written in assembly. Look at Roller Coaster Tycoon. Tower defense trying to be theme park. Theme park, it's just way too much information. Way too much. And it's forcing me to do the steps. I have no idea how to issue a promotion. I have to read this text. There's not even a flashing button on screen that says here, click here. And let me tell you, even if you put flashing buttons on screen, people tend to miss them. I speak from experience because I have had flashing buttons on screen for my game. So what do I do, guys? Without reading this text, what do I do? I know I need to do a promotion, but it doesn't... Is this a promotion? So an upgrade? More arc or the interval shrieks? So basically it told me to upgrade the tower? And now I lose, because it spawns a million enemies. Which is way too much. And I couldn't spawn more turrets. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold up. What the hell am I looking at? Playtest feedback. I don't even know what to click on. What the hell are we doing? What is this, man? Why is there so much UI? Bro, okay. So, hopefully the devs watch this. Guys, one turret. I'll show you. Okay, I'm done, guys. I'm done. I'm sorry, but that is the most convoluted stuff I have ever seen. That is really crazy. Like, listen, here, the same game, guys. Let me find it now. I saved it. Yeah, this is Sir, we have an org problem, specially made for me. Thank you very much, Mr. Laurin. I appreciate that a lot. This is debug information. Hold up. Let's make a new game. New game. First level. Same idea. Ignore the part at the bottom here. This is just some... you usually don't have this information. This is just the debug information for me. Okay, this is a debug build. You have an exclamation mark. That's where the enemies come from. Build phase in big text. Left click to shoot missiles. Press space to start the battle. That's all you need. Start battle. Shoot. Pressing space. Clicking left click. Enemies approaching. The same thing that we had in the other game is happening right now. I lost. What information do I see? How much currency I gained. Only one button I can click. I can't click anything else. Upgrades. Here's the skill tree. Just the nodes. Okay, so this is debug information for me, guys. Sorry. This is like a cheat menu. Like, ignore this part here, please, okay? Ignore this part. This is a cheat menu. Though, I can only click one, and there's a black screen. Black screen and notes. And a play button at the bottom right. And then a quick text in very little words what you can do here. I can only click one thing and play. And select a level. Sorry, but you gotta be able to do that if you're making a tower defense game. The game that we just played requires you to learn a PhD in tower defense or whatever concept you're doing, and it's literally the same idea. People will quit that game in the first 5 minutes. Their graph will look 100 people play first 10 minutes. Maybe 10 people play the next 10 minutes, so 10 to 20 minutes. So I'm talking about this graph right here. This is unfortunately, but the truth. That is the truth. I had the same issue. I'm just being brutally honest. That is unfortunately what's happening. Because it is too much stuff happening at the same time. It is too convoluted for such a simple concept. Here we go. So this is my demo version of Tangy TD, and you can click on the medium time played. And this graph is what I'm talking about. When I released my game, I had 90% played the first 10 minutes, and then the next data point was somewhere here, 10%. Like a drop off of 90% of players. Everyone quit in the first 10 minutes. They will probably have the same graph for their playtest. But that's why it's a playtest. Hopefully they learn. But yeah, I can't play more because it's literally infuriating. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I would love to give more, but that needs to be fixed. The UI needs a complete rework. 5 minutes would be hell. I would quit the game in like 20 seconds. I mean, you gotta give them a bit more than that, but yeah. Well, it sucks a bit. Gotta be honest. Maybe helps them though. You think it's all vibe coded, guys? That was all vibe coded? Yeah? For sure? Really? Interesting. Very interesting. You can tell from the over-engineered UI, but that could also be a problem of someone that has never done UI before. I had the same problem, bro. I don't know. It's empty. Okay, guys. It's time. We have like half an hour before I wanted to start coding. I thought I would play this for an hour, not half an hour. Shall we watch this, guys? Don't think it was vibe coded. It was too laggy for that. But wouldn't that be an indicator that it is vibe coded? Lagginess. I would use that as an indicator. I don't think anyone. I mean, it's difficult to say. I would argue that it's vibe coded cause it is laggy, if I'm being honest. Is this a good video, guys? Problem solved? How game designers solve these 11 problems? Is that something we can learn from? This look like the one-shot lol? Lags are probably not, but UI is. Let's see. Maybe we can learn something from this. It looks like a 3D game. Hopefully there's some other common mistakes or problems or pepperwoods. Nice. In 2D games, we have a little bit of time. Let's see.
The coolest feature in Gears of War is...
Did we watch this already? Did I watch this already? When you place the tower, it spiked hard. The earlier vibe-coded game was smoother. Yeah, but it was a 2D game.
Definitely.
It was a 3D game.
Active reload. Here's how it works.
We watched this already. We have watched this. I remember this. Right? Let's watch a bit more.
Every time you reload your gun, you're invited to play a tiny minigame. A cursor...
Yes, we watched this. We watched this. I don't know when, but we watched this. But let's see, let's see.
Swipes
Yeah,
along a
that's
line,
cool.
and
but I feel like that's also tedious in the moment.
you can hit
though.
reload again to try and win a prize. Land here, and you'll reload super fast. Land here,
I would hate reload minigames, bro.
and you'll also get a weapon boost, like more powerful bullets.
Yeah.
But land anywhere else, and your gun will jam. It's a great feature, adding tension, skill, and flourish to one of the most basic actions in shooters. But it also left Epic with a problem. You see, in playtesting, the devs found that advanced players were nailing that perfect reload.
Of course, they're gamers. What you talking about? A gamer's gonna reload like crazy because they wanna minimize. Oh, it becomes a balancing problem, guys. That's the issue. I can already foresee. Like, you are reloading twice as fast and you get a weapon damage boost. You one-shot every enemy. But you can't make the game more difficult because of that. Because then the noob gamers have trouble beating the levels. Yeah, it sucks because you cannot balance the game for the gamers. The gamers one-shot everything. For them, it's too easy. They quit the game. And then you are left with the noob gamers. But you want to kind of target both audiences here. Which I think, just let the pro gamers have fun and obliterate everything. That's what I'm saying. That's what I like Gothic 1, the original Gothic 1, because I could become the almighty god in chapter 1 and obliterate the entire map if I wanted to, because I know where to find the good weapons, and I know what skill points to put in. I don't know. Okay.
Constantly giving them better bullets, and thus an advantage over the enemies.
Yeah.
So they had to rebalance all of the foes, making them more resistant. But beginner players often ignored the act
Pre-watched video.
of reload entirely, so they didn't get that weapon buff, and were now fighting these overpowered bad guys with weak bullets.
Yeah, it's simple. You balance for the noobs, and the gamers are just gonna breeze through this.
So much of game design is about solving problems like this.
Yeah.
You come up with an idea and then find out that it's flawed in some way. It's
Yeah.
unbalanced, it's confusing, it's not leading to the gameplay you intend.
My solution is just leave the game unbalanced, and the pro gamers have an easy time. I wonder what they
or
would
it's
do.
clashing with some other feature in the game. And as a designer, you can often find yourself going around in circles to find the right solution. Surely,
Yeah.
there's a better way. Well,
Okay.
in this episode, let's look at how the best game creators go about solving problems
Did you just blue ball me? Did you just blue ball me?
in their
you're
design
not gonna
to
give me
give
the
us some
solution?
take-home tips for fixing future issues. Oh, and I'll also let you know how Epic fixed the active
But it's at the end of the video, so I watched the entire video. So I'm gonna watch it at 1.5% speed, buddy.
reload. The solution is pretty ingenious. I'm Mark Brown, and this is Game Maker's Toolkit. So before we start coming up with solutions, we need to make sure that we've accurately identified the problem. During the development of Dying Light, the game's director had an issue. Weapons break too fast, and so he told the designers to increase their durability. But lead designer Matt Binkowski didn't want to fiddle with that stat because it might mess up the game's economy. So instead, he dug deeper, asked more questions, and got to the real problem. Players could only kill a few zombies before their weapon broke. So to
I played this, by the way, and I didn't have the money, so I got it for free. I had the money, okay, guys? I was a poor student, so I kind of had to get the game somehow. That's a long time ago, okay? You have no proof.
fix this, the designer didn't touch weapon durability at all, but instead lowered the health points of the enemies. It solved the problem, and basic combat felt better too. Binkowski suggests designers step back and figure out the root cause of the problem before trying to solve the issue that's been reported. We also need to make sure that everyone is on the same page about the problem. Just before Astroneer left early.
So basically, instead of increasing the durability, they just made enemies' HP lower. And so now you have to hit the enemies less, which increases the durability of your weapon. Yeah, okay, it's kind of smart. Yeah, okay.
Access. The designers wanted to improve the game's crafting system, but had very different ideas about the issue. One designer thought it was too simple, and so wanted to add more machines and resource chains. Another actually thought it was already too complicated, with fiddly, unintuitive processes. This naturally
We have some fiddly, unintuitive processes in some games. Yeah, we just saw one.
led to disagreements, but it was only when they stepped back and really broke the problem down that they realized they were talking about two completely different issues.
Yeah.
One was looking at the shallow gameplay loop from a wide-angle system.
So this is a nice thing. So this thing can go... Hold up. Crafting loop, the core. This thing can gather these ingredients? How does that work? So it turns these two things into these two things, right? So this is a processor. And this is needed to craft this. This is needed to craft this. But what is this? Is this like a collector?
Perspective. The other was looking at the operation of complex machines through the lens of moment-to-moment interactions. Now, seeing eye to eye, they could solve the underlying problem and fix both issues at once. Those fiddly machines could be overhauled and then used to expand the simple crafting loop to create a more interesting economy.
I don't
Okay,
get
so
it at
hopefully
all.
we now know what the real problem is. So how do we fix it? Well, here are some best practices from across the industry. Approach.
Didn't you say these 11 problems? I have yet to see one. Okay, we have fixed one. Okay, I didn't understand this problem. I identify the problem? Hey, but where are the 11 problems? Huh?
1.
Did I get clickbaited? Quickly iterate through possible
Iterate
solutions?
through possible solutions. When Blizzard was making Diablo 3, they wanted to fix a problem from the previous game, potion spamming. Players would often just guzzle endless potions during combat, and so enemies needed to do massive
You did that in Diablo 1 too, but is that an issue? Guys, gotta be honest, this is not an issue. You know why? You know why this is not an issue? Because a potion is a resource in your inventory. You cannot have infinite potions because your inventory has a limited size. So now you have to, and you also have to put in Diablo 2, you also have, and I didn't even play the game and I realized that, you have these buffs that you get by putting stuff into your inventory. What are these called, guys? These tiny things that you put into your inventory and they give you permanent buffs as long as they are in your inventory. What are they called? Charms, yeah. So charms put in your inventory, now you have less potions. So yes, you can spam potions, but potions are a resource, a limited amount. Like think about them like an extension to your health bar. I don't know, man. I don't think that's a... Guys, would you think that that's a problem? You can't stack them. Yeah, no, you can't, charms. Charms cannot be stacked, I know. I wouldn't say that's a problem at all. I think that's actually kind of... Like, maybe they didn't do it intentionally, but thinking about it from this perspective, I don't think that's a problem at all. And I hated how I had to wait on my potion in Diablo 3. It sucked a lot. And then they made it so that the potion... And they changed it even, right? Let's see, what did they do?
one-shot hits to have any chance of actually killing the player.
Because the first solution sucked, because the potion was on a cooldown. That sucked a lot. I hated that.
Fortunately, Blizzard didn't really know how to solve this thorny issue, so they just tried a bunch of ideas. How about potions become less effective if you drink them in quick succession? Slap a build together, and that didn't work. If a potion only heals for 25%, players would just
That is so bad, yeah.
chug 4 of them. Okay, how about you automatically heal, but only if enemies are unaware of your presence? Make a build, and no good. Enemy awareness just
What are the Blizzard devs doing, man? Are they stupid?
wasn't obvious enough. Alright, let's simplify the rule. If 3 seconds pass without you taking damage, you start to heal. Build the game and didn't.
That is so stupid. Like, these were actually suggestions? None of these are any good.
Work. Players would run
That's like reading chat for me.
away from fights, acting
Guys,
passive
how do I
and
implement this
defensive.
feature?
That's the opposite of what Blizzard wanted. Players should be aggressive. But that did point to the solution. Make enemies randomly drop crystal balls filled with health when you kill them. This removes potion spamming, it's simple to understand, and it makes players act aggressively. Job done. This approach is all about trying stuff and using the results.
But it doesn't work on bosses, so they have to add percentage breakpoints to bosses where the bosses spawn health potions, which effectively means if you can't kill 25% of the boss's HP bar in a certain amount of time and the boss damages you too much, you're not getting any health potions back. I mean, it's okay, let's say that. But I think it's still, the original issue wasn't an issue.
To guide your way to the solution. Like that first.
Because it's the same idea. Now you have more space in your inventory, but you still have limited amount of health.
Solution with the diluted potions, designer Wyatt
Bosses
Cheng
spawn henchmen, yeah, I know.
says, we weren't
That
totally
too.
thrilled with the solution as we were putting it in, but we did it anyway. We knew that even though this might not be a solution that we're willing to ship with, it was something that was going to teach us a lot more about the problem. Approach.
I mean, this guy... What up?
Approach
Sorry?
2. Though this might not be a
That's the guy, Wet Cheng, that we watched the gameplay loop video earlier.
solution that we're willing to ship with, it was something that was going to teach us a lot more about the problem.
He's not that bad.
Approach 2. Identify the levers.
Even though he worked on Diablo Immortal. Like, he does have some knowledge, guys. He's not bad. Identify the levers. So is that problem number 2?
In a fascinating GDC talk about game balance, Bungie's Jane Griesmer explains how his team fixed the sniper rifle in Halo 3. You see, the rifle was broken. Players were able to acquire long-range targets too quickly between shots, and they could also use the sniper rifle in close quarters for massive damage. It was overpowered. Fixing an issue like this means first identifying which levers can be pulled and which ones can't. For Griesmer, you can't shorten the range of a sniper rifle, and you can't nerf its damage, reduce its accuracy, or stop it doing insta-kill headshots either.
Yeah.
Those factors all define the sniper rifle. You can't change those stats without breaking the very identity of the weapon. So by removing those options, it became clear what can be changed. Stats
Slower zoom in and out, but that would also suck, right? How would I fix that? Guys, how would you... I'm not a shooter guy, really. I don't play shooters at all. Slower reload. Slower reload, yeah, it's not a bad idea. Maybe the scope completely blocks vision. Like, I saw the zoom in scope. Let's see, do we have a frame here? Can we see? Yeah, I would block the vision entirely and only show a portion, not the entire thing. Hard to acquire. Yeah, but once you have it, it's OP. So everyone would go for it, right?
identity of the weapon. So by removing those options, it became clear what
Sound on scope in. Your head explodes after 7 shots. Less ammo. Yeah, okay.
can be changed. Stats like the number of shots in the clip, the length of the reload, the time it takes to zoom in, the time between shots, whether you can
guys
do
are right.
insta-kill headshots outside of the scope, and the maximum ammo you can carry. The right call was changing the time between shots. It stopped players from instantly acquiring and shooting a target after each bullet, and it made it much less effective in close quarters.
Instantly acquiring and shooting players after each bullet. So the time between shots has increased, meaning they are now slower to reload. Reload fixed it, apparently. Okay.
Now you can't spam the trigger.
That seems like an easy solution then.
In the end, it was enough to increase the time from 0.5 seconds to 0.7 seconds. By
Wow.
figuring out what can and can't be changed, you can
I think these tiny increments can only really be tested in like a large player base. Let's say you have 2 players playing your game, you barely know one. That's why I don't do shooter games, guys.
better focus your attention on potential solutions. However, this must be done carefully. Sometimes the target really is that thing you've convinced yourself cannot be changed. As always, be prepared to kill your dark.
What a noob, he got fearful, bro.
Approach
You got
3.
unlucky.
Make big changes. Okay, so I just
That's what I do.
talked about a change of 0.2
Rework the entire game.
seconds. A pretty small change that had a big impact on the game. But
Yeah.
sometimes you want to swing for the fences. Less than a month before the first civilization was released, Sid Meier realized that the game had pacing issues. So he decided to solve the problem by reducing the size of the map. Not by a few
He doubled it.
tiles or a few percentage points. He cut that sucker in half. And this worked.
He cut it in half or double it. Yeah, guys, Sid Meier's. That's his thing. We did that too sometimes in development. That's a really cool quote. Think about it. Write that down, guys. Double it or cut it in half. Test it out. It actually works. If you have any issues in your game, whether it be balancing or something else, and you're operating on numbers, just half them or double them. See how it goes. You don't have enough currency? Double the currency gain. See how it feels. It actually works.
Wonders.
Surprisingly
the game
often.
moved faster, felt snappier, and it better captured that true Civ feeling of relentless forward progress. We've already talked about iterating on a problem, but development time is limited. So if you're only ever changing things by tiny amounts, a 5% nerf here, a 6% buff there, you may never get to the right answer. Or you'll
Yeah.
find out too late that your solution would never have worked.
That's
Meyer's
a good
advice
point.
is to
Guys,
double it.
write it down. Double it or cut it in half. Really important. No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. It is actually that important. It's a really cool idea. Can I double my RAM? I downloaded more RAM. Where do I download more RAM? Yeah, I mean, that's gonna, cost a little bit of your wallet.
Or cut it in half. With such dramatic changes, you'll very quickly see if the change has an effect. And if you go too far, you can always drop back down to readjust. Talking about that Civ map, Maya says, if I'd been afraid to deviate too severely from what we already had, I never would have gotten to the right size in time
Nice.
before the game shipped.
Nice. This guy is
Approach.
super smart, guys. This guy is freaking, this is a legend. This guy has a big brain power.
4. Flip it on its head. In Shovel Knight, Yacht Club wanted to
Oh
put
man,
an
this game is so beautiful, bro. These guys are so talented. Look at the map, look at the background, look at the shovel guy, and then that looks amazing.
interesting twist on saving your progress. They wanted a system where players could risk skipping a checkpoint in order to get a reward. So they made a checkpoint that you have to pay to use. If you want, you can skip it and save the cash, but at the risk of losing more progress when you die. But this system didn't really work. It was complicated to use and visually unintuitive. And worse still, it had a big balance problem.
Yeah, true, because so you gray it out with money, right? So you kind of have to do an action to do the checkpoint, and it is so much easier to have automatic checkpoints. But how do you skip a checkpoint then? Guys, see, that's what we need to do. We need to think about the solution first. They're not gonna tell us the solution, right? Or they are going to tell us the solution. But what can we do? What would you do? So they basically, the idea is, for those of you who didn't get it, we want to be able to skip checkpoints so that the players get bigger rewards. How would we do that? If the solution they thought about was paying for a checkpoint and then it becomes optional, was too difficult or too convoluted. Great color palette. Yeah, this game's amazing. Look at it here, guys. Look at this. It gradually goes darker, and it gives the impression that it's round with just 2 colors. Really cool. I would give up. Come on, guys. Benutzt ein bisschen Gehirnschmalz. Komm schon. Test on extreme values to summary. Ja, keiner. How would I fix this? Optional checkpoints. If I don't pay for the checkpoint. Convoluted. It was too convoluted. But I will walk past the checkpoint anyways. How do I fix it? I have no idea, to be honest, because I'm thinking about it like a straight line. Okay, think about it like this. I'm thinking about a straight line, and the checkpoint is right here. Or is the checkpoint after each level? That is difficult to say. Is it in the level or is it outside the level? If it's outside the level, I mean, what is I don't get it. I don't know. Shovel Knight mechanic is goated. It keeps you replaying the level. Yeah, it is good. Auto checkpoint, interact with it to get rid of it. Let's see, maybe I misunderstand how they do the checkpoints. I think it's outside the level, guys, not inside the level.
risk skipping a checkpoint.
I have no idea how. Yeah, risk missing a checkpoint, right? So you always get it. So I think the solution first is always get the checkpoint. And then do an action to opt out of it. Maybe that's a solution.
In order to
Maybe
get a
you're right.
reward. So they made a checkpoint that you have to pay to use. If you want, you can skip it and save the
Man,
cash,
that's
but at the
complete
risk of
pixel
losing
art.
more progress when you die. But this system didn't really work. It was
Yeah.
complicated to use and visually unintuitive. And worse still, it had a big balance problem. Novice players, who needed the checkpoint the most, were also the least likely to have the funds to save their game. No
Yeah.
good. So the solution was to flip the concept upside down. Instead of paying money to save your game, what if you get paid if you don't save? So now,
Cool idea. So it always saves. And then you can sell the checkpoint?
saving is automatic, removing that complexity.
Yeah.
And it's free, so novice players never lose out. But it also has that spicy twist of risk and reward. Cocky platforming experts can intentionally break the checkpoint to make more money. Sometimes you're close to...
Smart. And it's in the level. Nice. So it's auto opt-in, break it to get money. W. Big brain. That's really good. Nice. And the pixel art looks awesome, by the way. Did I say that already?
right solution,
Big brain,
you just need to
yeah.
reverse the formula. Approach 5.
This is a big point in games, to reward the player instead of punishing. Always when fixing an issue. Yeah, that's true. That is 100%, yes. Yes.
Find the solution elsewhere. So when Naughty Dog was working on the UI for The Last of Us, they initially let Joel upgrade his weapons at any point.
God, I love this first game, bro. Oh man, why did they have to put The Last of Us in here? I'm currently watching in the evening, guys, when I get home and Zoe is sleeping and my wife's sleeping. They have to go to bed very early. I'm watching Jinxie play The Last of Us. And I really say, I really do not like the story of The Last of Us 2, man. I'm not a fan at all. I think they totally missed the point there, man. They could have made the story so much more engaging, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to spoil anything, but my idea for the story for the second arc could be that Joel, Ellie finds out how Joel lied to her, and then she runs away because she's disappointed in him because he swore to her. Like, he misused her trust. Like, he lied to her. So she runs away. That's what I would do, right? If I were to make the story. And then he feels bad and wants to, she runs away, and then he comes after her trying to help her or whatever. She gets in trouble, and then he dies for her. And then in his dying breath, he apologizes to her in tears. That's what I would do, man. That's what I would do. Right? And then she feels bad for losing him. And then she has to basically make a decision on what to do with her own life, right? Because at the time where it happened, she was 14, I think. And then he decided for her, and then she can decide on how to move on. And then you can have these love triangles in there anyways, right? Whatever. But I feel like they totally missed the point with the story in the second arc. Like, I totally don't dig it, man. I don't understand how people like it so much. But that's just me, though. But I think that could have been so much better story. So much. In the second... I don't want to spoil anything, but I don't like it. You should write more. I think the only reason why I would do it this way is because I'm a father to a girl too. And so I would do it this way because it would create the most fatherly feelings. Because a gamer, most gamers are male, right? A male gamer, would happily throw themselves and die for Ellie in the game, right? Like type 1 in chat if you would die for Ellie in-game. Right, in-game, guys. We're talking about in-game. Right? 100%, right? I would. See, that's a no-brainer. And so you create this, which is already a problem in the first game. You create this problem of he lied to her, and then she's disappointed. She's kind of young, so she's gonna run away, make a mistake, and then he goes after her because he loves her. Like, he sees a second daughter in her, and like, he's gonna protect her from harm, and he dies doing so. So then he dies anyways. So I think that would have been a million times better. But anyways. Very unfortunate, man. Very unfortunate. But instead, they focus on love triangles and stuff in the second one, which I guess it's for teenagers or something.
From a tab in the inventory UI. but that created problems. It added complexity to the minimalist interface, some players missed the option entirely, and because players could upgrade whenever they wanted, they typically just
what was
upgrade.
the problem?
Approach 5. Find the solution elsewhere. So when Naughty Dog was working on the UI for the last...
So this was the crafting UI before. Okay, that's a bit convoluted. Yeah. Because it only uses these two consumables, right?
Last of Us, they initially let Joel upgrade his weapons at any point from a tab in the inventory UI, but that created problems. It added complexity to the minimalist interface, some players missed the option entirely, and because players could upgrade whenever they wanted, they'd typically just upgrade as soon as they could afford something, whatever was cheapest. Now, the developers could have iterated on this UI design for ages, moving the upgrade button to different screens or changing how it was communicated to the player, but the ultimate solution was to pull upgrading out of the UI entirely. Now, the game has upgrade benches. These are specific points in the world where you can modify your weapon, meaning you might not have a chance to upgrade for an hour or two. This ensured that players actually engaged with the system, and because they had more resources saved up, they were able to boost the weapons they enjoyed using the most, not just the cheapest. They also spent
they get time to work with the weapons, so to say, right? They get used to the different types of weapons because ammo is limited, so you use different types of weapons anyways. And then they're like, hey, I like this pistol a lot, let me upgrade it, right?
more time assessing all the options and made plans for the next upgrade bench.
These guys are smart, man. See, like the first game is peak.
Remember that games are a massive web of interconnected systems, so sometimes you can fix a problem in one area by actually making a change somewhere else. Approach 6. Solve multiple issues.
You're releasing 3 games today. You guys are crazy. Okay, let's check. When are they releasing? How many hours from now?
At once. During the madcap multiplayer sessions of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, the designers found it annoying to die and then have to wait until the end of the level or a checkpoint to come back to life. So they needed a fix. The first idea was that knocked out players could randomly spawn inside question mark blocks, which is pretty cute, but they kept going until they found a better solution. Players would come back in a bubble, and their teammates have to pop it to get them back into the game. This didn't just solve the original problem, it also helped fix another one. Sometimes novice players get to a tricky bit that they can't tackle. So now they can intentionally put themselves in a bubble, let the better players make progress, and then pop back out when it's safe. This one feature made dying more fun, and also let players dictate their own difficulty.
Cool,
Mario's daddy, Shigeru Miyamoto, has that classic
You never lose then, right?
quote, "A good idea is something..."
Or you lose if all 3 players become a bubble, right? Good idea is something that does not solve just one single problem, but rather can solve multiple problems at once. Yeah, guys. And this is big thanks to Mr. Null Exception. A big problem that I had in my game was towers. I wanted towers to have kind of infinite. Currently they don't. They have like limited, but still there will be more options. Kind of limited upgrade potential. You could do put different types of stats on weapons, and then you could put those weapons onto the towers. And he helped me generate or get the idea of the teamfight tactics upgrade menu, where you drag a weapon onto a tower. Before then, it was kind of limited. Now you can drag almost any weapon onto any tower and any item there, and then create a lot of combinations. So, and that solved so many issues. It made the game, the entire system a lot easier. It gave players basically unlimited build options together with the skill tree, and it allowed me to design a bunch of items at the same time, which is really cool.
That does not solve just one single problem, but rather can solve multiple problems at once. So sometimes it's best to wait for a solution that also has other benefits for the game.
Cool, yeah.
Approach 7. Study player behavior.
So this is the blue ball from the very beginning. Let's see.
Okay, let's finally get back to that Gears of War story. So remember, Epic had to boost the health points of enemies because advanced players kept doing perfect reloads and getting a damage boost. But this...
My solution is let the advanced players just be OP. Give them the power feeling that they are good gamers. I would not fix this. I would just keep it the way it is. That's what I would do.
Screwed over beginner players who ignored the system entirely and were now getting wiped out by these amped up bad guys. But Epic noticed another difference between these two player types. Top shooter players rarely finish a clip. They reload before they're out. But novices would typically shoot until the clip is empty and let the game automatically reload it. So this offered up a solution. The devs secretly boosted the power of the last few bullets in a clip, dubbed them magic bullets. And so, on the whole, only novice players would get this buff, giving them a similar advantage to the expert players.
What the What is this retarded what?
With their perfect reloads. Most of the problems in game design are derived from watching how players interact.
That is so bad. It's totally hidden. Huh? Okay, that's the first solution where I'm saying dog shit. Bad.
With the game. So why not use that same approach in order to find the solution?
Nah.
Okay, so
L. That's a giant L. I agree, and also where they see the problem, reward your players. Stop trying to fix problem. Yeah. That's
Now
bad.
we have a solution we can...
Okay, guys, this is Factorio. So the problem is probably going to be on the level of starting a rocket to make it land on the moon, make an exploration there, then properly collect all the materials that you need, and then go with the rocket back to Earth and then have it land perfectly on a small plate of glass. Okay? That's the problems that they're dealing with. Because Factorio is like the best game ever, right?
implement it. But there's still a few more challenges ahead. The first is second
Okay, never mind. We're not talking about Factorio. GG's.
order effects. In Rainbow Six Siege, Ubisoft knew that it needed to fix its overpowered shotgun, so they nerfed it, and it had the intended effect. The shotgun was no longer outperforming the other weapons, but it also had a knock-on effect. Because the shotgun is a great...
That's a shotgun? Why does it have a scope? I don't play shooters, I'm sorry.
defensive weapon, this nerf made it much harder for defenders to win against attackers. They just couldn't hold them back. Fixing a problem in one place can create another problem elsewhere. Designers should be aware of how different systems might interlink and be
Can't you just defend with a different weapon?
smart about avoiding these issues. Or perhaps figure out how to solve these new problems. The solution for Siege was to reduce the time limit on rounds. Because defenders automatically win if time runs out, this made that side more likely to succeed, bringing the balance back in line. And
Wait, what? Time limit on rounds. Reduce the time limit on rounds. So you have to defend for less time.
another challenge is finding the resources to implement those changes. Late in development of Prey, Arcane's designers realized that they needed more monster variety on the space station, but they didn't really have the time, artists, or AI programmers to make anything new.
Take the same enemy, recolor, color fill or something. A selective color, just hue shift. Boom, your enemy. I don't know. Different HP, different name. That's what I would do. Right, guys?
So the designers found a creative solution, the Poltergeist. This enemy is invisible and attacks by throwing nearby physics objects. It needed dramatically fewer resources than the other foes in the game. Prey's designer Ricardo Bear says good designers understand how to solve problems within the constraints that they have, and adds that the Poltergeist actually ended up being one of his favorite enemies in the game. A lot of game design issues crop up late in development or even after the game has gone live, so sometimes...
So basically they didn't have the time to make an enemy model and then they made one invisible. They made a ghost.
Their solution is just the one that you can actually achieve with the time and resources
They still had to code it in though.
available. And finally, you need to test if the solution actually has the desired effect, like
Bad game design. Bad solution.
going back to those playtesters or getting fresh eyes. Halo's Jane Griesmer recommends that you don't tell your playtesters how you fix the issue, as that can bias their experience. Just see if the problem has been
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Magic bullets at the end? Come on, buddy. What you talking about? How are these bullets more powerful than other bullets? It's bullets, man. It's like, now it matters. Like the order you put the bullets in doesn't matter anymore. What do you mean? Huh?
solved. If not, well, hopefully, like in the case of Diablo 3's rapid iteration, this helped you figure out what the actual problem is, and you can reframe the question and start again.
I still think that wasn't an issue. Potions in your inventory, but the solution of Diablo 3 is also okay. You know how Path of Exile fixed that problem? Which I think is a better problem, a better fix. They have potions and they have uses. So like an elf, let's just not to use a black screen. In Path of Exile, they have flasks and PoE is just the best. No doubt. And then, wait, that's only 2 flasks. And why is it downloading it? So annoying. I just want to look at the freaking screenshot, man. And why is it 12? Why is it 720p? Anyways, here we go. They have potions, and you can decide how many slots, how many potions you put in each slot. Sorry, no. What type of potions you put into the slots. So you could decide to run 5 HP potions if you want to. And then when you use an HP potion, it uses a portion of the potion, not the entire potion. And that's why I don't understand why, the Diablo devs didn't think about that too. A potion, you drink only a couple of gulps, and then you're full HP, and then your potion, you have limited amounts, right? Anyway, so in Path of Exile, these refill only if you kill enemies. So in a boss fight, when you go in with 2 potions and you drink them all, unless the boss spawns ads, which not every boss does, you are limited by the amount of flasks you can use, unless you have a modifier on those flasks. And that's where PoE comes in, right? You can get potions when you crit, or you can get flask charges, that's what they're called, when you crit the enemy. But that's like a modifier roll that you have to put on a flask. So it's very complicated, but the gist of it is, you run out of potions on a boss fight, you lose. You know why that is good? You don't have enough damage to beat the boss. Come back later when you're more powerful. Or use a modifier on the flasks that makes the flasks recharge. And then there's some other investment you can do to refill the flasks. But essentially, if you are running that low on flasks in the fight and you have to stack HP potions, you're most likely underleveled. Get more gear. You can also automate. Yeah, you can do so much in
This
PoE.
helps you figure out what the actual problem is, and you can reframe the question and start again. As I've been discovering myself, game design is all about solving problems. Very few ideas survive first contact with players, and so the best game designers aren't those who can come up with good ideas, they're the ones who can also figure out good solutions to problems. This video was absolutely packed with stories of clever designers solving game design problems.
How do you know you have a problem, guys? People need to play your game. So, get those itch.io demos ready, guys, or the Steam playtests out. Okay? Otherwise, you won't know you have a problem.
It's like my favorite genre. There were loads more that I couldn't fit in, so if you're a GMTK
when
patron
other people tell you
on the bonus video tier, you can now check out a special tie-in video with even more stories. Oh, and what about if your game has already been released, and then you start getting criticism? Well, then you should check out this video to find out how to handle.
You just tell them to shut up and move on. Or you go and fix the problems. Find someone alive who believes in you like Cakez does in the C++ engine. True. Time for web build. I play my own games. I'm not a dumbass. But you would be surprised how biased you are to your own games. That is a really bad thing to say, Mr. Verse Warrior, buddy. If you use that as a metric on how good your game is, then you need to get your game into the hands of other people. It'll open up your eyes so much, especially if someone plays your game and makes a video about it. You will see so many issues that right now you're oblivious to because you know the systems, because you designed them. You know what to do. I'm playing called Unreal 2 right now, and the other one is so stupid. And on one hand, it's so stupid, but on the other hand, it's stupidly fun. You see? I think my game is best. I don't care about noob opinions. Okay, yeah. This is a good way to have a terrible game. Anyways, guys, I think we watched this already. Regardless, very good video. Here we go, linking it to you guys. Let's close some of these tabs. Man, what a good game. See guys, this is inspiring me so much, you have no idea. You know what we're gonna play soon, guys? Would you like me to play Sword Hero? Not today. We're gonna do some coding now. Would you like me to play this game? This is so inspiring to see this game right here. This is so good. This is Gothic, man. Reminds me a lot about Gothic. Play Slice and Dice? Nah, I'm good. Want you to play Tiny Rogues? I want to test out this game. I think I really don't like this permanent wound thing here. Torso, left hand. I think that's going a bit deep for my taste. But it's still really cool. This makes me want to explore the game, guys. It really does. Play this, it looks nice. The 3 Thornity games are releasing in 45 minutes. Okay, then I'll check at the end of the stream. Could you remind me, Null Exception? But I don't have the link. Could someone give me the links? Did you play Elden Ring? I saw that you're Dark Souls fan. I did play Elden Ring and finished it, but I didn't beat all bosses. I never fought Melena, for example. I could go back to Elden Ring and play the DLC, but it's just such a large game. I don't think I'll ever be able to come. Like, the only way I see myself finishing Elden Ring on stream is if I introduce a Gaming Friday, where on a Friday I sit down for 5 hours or 6 hours and I just play games. One game. For example, if I wanted to finish Gothic, I would just sit down, excuse me, and play Gothic for 6 hours and then maybe finish it in that time. And if I were to play Elden Ring, I'd do a 6-hour batch of that. You know? Because I don't want to do parts. I just don't have the... I can only do them at the end of the stream. And I think it's just too much work. Especially when I start coding, I usually never stop coding and then yeah. That was a good burp. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can I send you a link? Bodycam update looks so good. Of your game? Sure. Alright guys, so today I want to put the towers on the GPU. That's what GPU operated towers means. So we need to have a GPU tower no, of Bodycam, the FPS game, not my game. Oh, I see. I guess. But I'll look at it later, not now. Now we're doing coding. I can look at it later, maybe after the stream or tomorrow. Just DM me on Discord. Why are you saying fuck cakes, bro? Be nice. Alright guys, so how do we fix this? I will add it to Reacts. Yeah, sure, do it. Like guys, if you have any cool videos that are not like 20 minutes long, you can post them in React suggestions. That helps me out a lot. That helps. Alright, so turrets on the GPU. Only turrets that are being computed on the GPU. What about being drawn on the GPU? Currently I draw buildings. But a building is also a turret. I could just operate the... But I need to write the turrets back as well. The easiest would be to have an array of turrets in the write back. But I feel like that's kind of stupid to do. Because then I have to manage 2 arrays. I didn't even think about the design properly yet. I was on YouTube this morning, saw this thumbnail for the Thomas Brush video. Congrats, dude. Oh, you mean the interview that Thomas Brush did with me? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have you analyzed Terra Factor game by Randy? He kind of used AI. No, we have not. Would like to, you know, go deep into that. There was also a clip, if you guys can find it, of Randy talking about why his game is still not finished despite him using AI. I would like to see what he says about that. Yeah, it is vibe coded. At the end, towards the end though, right? It started with a non-vibe coded base. Man, I need to think about that, guys. So I'll show you a little bit about how my data looks. Essentially right now, in a game, I have a game state. And there's an array of buildings. 256 buildings. A building is somewhat lightweight. It has a type, a grid position, which, by the way, the grid position could also just be an int, but it's easier to use an iVector2 for now. It can be hit to flash. It has an animation time, a target that it's attacking, health and animation index. And if I were to put this data on the GPU for a tower, I would have to put all buildings on the GPU, because a building right now is also a tower. That's why we have type here. So I need to find a way to design this in a smart way so that the tower operates on the GPU and can go over enemies that are nearby to decide on the best enemy to attack and directly shoot at the enemy center and not on a generic tile. Because right now, if I were to spawn a tower, the tower shoots to the tile, which it shoots in the middle of this tile where the mouse is, right? And sometimes it misses the enemy because it's not shooting directly at the enemy. And the cool thing is, if I implement the towers on the GPU, I can make it so that the bullets that are targeting the enemy follow the enemy in a way, right? And that's when I can have arrows like in Thronefall, where the arrows follow the targets. Make a type of struct just for towers, maybe, so that you don't do all buildings and only intended for towers. Yeah, I can make basically a tower, right? Let's think about this. Struct tower, or a GPU tower, right? It needs a grid position, building type 2. They need to be able to be hit. But let's say right now they don't have a hit timer. $1 million enemies on the GPU. Oh, I'm so tired of this. Oh, by the way, Spaghetti Code Factory, thank you very much for raiding. I totally missed that, man. Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this. Didn't look too interesting. But it looks crazy, let's say that. Yeah, I can't be distracted by so many more of these things, you know. It's GPU, yeah. It's computed, rendered, not particles. They are 60-byte agents running logic on the GPU, yeah. Yeah, like guys, I need to make progress on my game. You know, this looks cool, I get it. And there will always be someone that is smarter than you. But we will build a base building game with a lot of enemies. Survival game with a lot of enemies. Incremental game with a lot of enemies. Did I say with a lot of enemies? And we will just continue, guys. We will just continue. There will always be people who are better than you. So, what do we need? A GPU tower needs a grid position, a type. Let's just say right now we don't do type, because we know it's a GPU tower. I really have to figure out the whole communication here. How do we do that? Maybe a tower does not block the grid, but it writes to the grid. When we spawn a tower, it also spawns a tower on the GPU, and since write back, GPU write back cleans itself up. But how does it clean itself up? We will not have that many towers, so maybe spawning a tower in an array that is sparse would be the easiest and fastest solution. So a tower could have health, is that it? Oh, it needs to have a target. But then that is just an int target. Though, if a tower already has a target, it needs to store at least some information about that target. So this would be perfectly for components, right? That would be nice. No padding needed. But I'm kinda losing the information about the target here. So for example, this target could be 2 pixels away. How do I know that? I don't know. So maybe I need to extend this data. I could also say, yeah. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, guys. I need to go to the bathroom. Hold up. I'm just gonna spawn a giant base. Oh, I spawned an enemy inside the tree. Whoop, whoop. Be right back. Blah, 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 blah. Guys, the game's gonna be great. Okay, just wait. Be right back. Excuse me. Oh, goodness. Your game will be great no matter what enemy count. Schlitz, Schlitz, Schlitz. Guys, I think I found the solution. Wash hands, I did. Okay, buddy, I did. I think I have the solution. The building interface will stay the same, but some buildings spawn buildings on the CPU. Other types of buildings, like for example this tower, spawns a tower on the GPU, but it shows the preview much like with the other buildings. It does the same code, but it's just not operating the tower on the CPU. Instead, the building, sorry. Instead, it is operating the tower on the GPU and drawing it from the GPU. And it's also not adding to the array of buildings. So when a tower dies on the GPU, so I kind of have duplicated code here, which is a bit annoying. At least for the wobble on the towers. Right? When like for example, when an enemy attacks like a building, you see how it's wobbling. It kinda... I kinda have to have that. I didn't ask Claude at all what you're talking about, bro. It's like these people in chat is so... It's so unbearable. Every single day there's some guy. It's like, oh, so you're using AI to code. Oh, so this guy's fully vibe coding this game. I've been writing the code from day one, from 5 years ago till now, bro. What are you talking about? I have never told AI to code me anything. Shut up! Just ban them, to be honest. It was you who said it. It was you. Okay. 5 minutes. 10. Oh shit. Fine. It's gonna take a while. Alright. Tschüss. Oh my god. he got murdered in cold blood. What the hell, bro?
Thank you for $3. Guys, don't type a game feedback. I typed the game have too much yapping and got 1-hour ban. It's a trap.
Hello, Mr. Cakez. Bathroom count, please.
Yeah, I apologize, Enix. How about you be a bit nicer next time, huh? And the target is an ID.
Maybe if we go down
an index. Target index, sorry.
This is where the
reds
reds
to target index, it needs to be target ID.
I'm good, bro.
But to be honest,
I'm good. There's got to be a different way back. I'm not going
honest.
there. How do I, like, hey?
I don't need a target, guys. You know what? I don't need a target. You know why?
Master M.
Because the tower
The
shoots only one
calculations are
time.
in and
It's one instance where the tower shoots,
The
and then it
powers of your
decides on the
brain are
target. It
overwhelming.
doesn't need to store the target that it's attacking. That's the cool part. It'll always, with every shot, it'll find the best target once. And then for the next shot, it'll find the target again. And that is one... That happens one time. So, I think we need padding here then. For now. This is gonna be a tower on the GPU for now, guys. Okay? Let's put that into shader data. GPU tower. And then in the right back, I think. Do we put it in right back? Do we put it into that thing? The tower taking damage. I mean, we could do float attack timer. Which is fine. Do we put it here? Why are you doing them on the GPU? Because the enemies live on the GPU. I need to directly target an enemy. I have no notion of enemies on the CPU. If I spawn 100,000 enemies, I need to make an I need to make a decision based on the enemies where to shoot with the tower, and that can only be done efficiently on the GPU, not the CPU. Unless I go and I write back the enemy positions every once in a while from the GPU to the CPU, but that still introduces some lag between the updates on the GPU and the CPU. It is easier to have an update step on the GPU where the towers look at the enemies or the tiles, and then therefore the enemies on the tiles, and say, okay, I'm gonna shoot at that enemy because that's the closest or that's the best enemy to shoot at. So this GPU tower, where do we put that? We want to have an array of those bad boys. And then these GPU towers should also issue draw commands. So the more GPU towers we have, the more draw commands we do using an indirect buffer. To be honest, guys, I think I'll just use this as an array. And I'm not writing anything back because I don't need to. What would I write back? I draw the towers from the GPU using draw indirect. Understood? It's more efficient than write back. Yeah, we will do that. We will do that. And we like 100,000 enemies yesterday. It took 600 microseconds to update. Think about it like that. I can spawn 200,000 enemies. On my GPU, it'll take like a millisecond to update or something. And I will be miles ahead of everyone else if I get good tower AI on the GPU. I will be like, it'll look really good too. And then the next step will be, hopefully that we'll be able to do it this week. I want to add this zombie into the game instead of the skeletons that I'm using at the moment. I already bought it. I think it would be a great addition to the game. I just need to rework a little bit, maybe the colors, but I'll put him in as is first, and then we'll see. That is a nice sprite. Yeah, that perfectly fits the vibe of the game, bro. Much better than the skeletons. It's gonna be amazing. I can't wait. Add the maiden too. Maybe the maiden is part of the house in the beginning. You know, wait, reset the game. Yeah. Maybe the maiden is part of the house here. That would be cool. I'll think about it, but that's besides the story for now, right? We don't need that right now. How long have you been in Gamedev?
Well, I have been a game developer since March this year when I sold my first game. Yeah, and, ever since then, you could call me a game dev. Yeah. I make games on the internet. Yeah. Prost. Yeah, I'm a game dev. You know, I have 4 years of experience making games on the internet. Yeah, recently sold my first game. Did you know that? Yeah, that was me. Yay! Yay!
Sorry. He's been a professional game developer since he cried that time twice.
You are wrong. The moment my game earned 32,000 before crying, I had become a game dev. You know why? Because my wife said I could make another game. Those that know and remember, I turned my head towards the right to my wife and I said,
can I make another game? She paused, thinking about it, and then she said, yes, you can. W-wife. 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 That was in the very beginning before the game blew up, through the crying, through the clip, through everything. W-wife. W-wife. Big support. That's when we won, guys. That's when we became a game developer. That's when I could officially go out and say, I'm a game dev. Before the blow up. True. Why do we ask wife? Well, because we live together, we have a baby together, we kind of need to earn money together, we need to survive, and stuff like that, you know, it's kind of important, you know, because you don't want your kid to grow up on the streets. Maybe. Oh, yeah, just letting you know that, yeah. Some basic things that you learn, you know. I want to see you cry at 1 million. I don't think I will. I honestly don't think I will cry again like that, to be honest. I'm struggling at the moment to, you know, to get stuff done and stuff, but it's by far so much different now. Because if I need to, guys, I lay down and sleep now, which I didn't do before. Honestly, because the priority has shifted from health, or from the game to health, and then the game. Below family, of course. Family is always top, but after family, health, then the game. So if I'm if I have no sleep, if I don't feel good, then I sleep, and I don't work on the game. Still have pressure, but it's for quality. No, my pressure right now is we have a gift. My pressure right now is to never go back to the times before that. I never want to go back. I never want to be in that situation ever again. I will do everything in my power to not have to go back. That is the pressure for me right now. You know, I will do everything, guys. Like, I will learn everything about taxes. I'm not gonna do anything illegal, but I will try my damnedest not to, you know, be sucked in with all of the taxes. I'll try to make good games, to sell good games. I'll try everything I can, you know. Every single trick in the book that you could do. Web builds, marketing with phone, TikTok Reels, Instagram Reels, TikTok Shorts, YouTube Shorts. I'll try everything. I'll do everything I can. Do it faster? No, you need to not do it faster. You need to learn and take it with importance. Anyways, let's move on. GPU tower. It'll just be a buffer, I think, with max towers. Let's see. Here we go. And the reason is simple, guys. I want to be able to make games, and I want my family to have a good life. Honestly, like, they can have every single drop of money that I earn as long as I can make games. I really don't care. I genuinely don't care. I would love to spend the money on some cool stuff in the future. Maybe even we can acquire some IPs. I don't know. That would be cool. You know, acquiring some IPs in the future, and like games that are released, right? But I don't know, man, what the future holds. You know, I don't care about no cars, bro. I don't need no Lambo or something. I really don't care. All right, let's see. So we have max towers. I hate that I have to define this twice, man. It's so annoying. Shader constants. Okay, so no, right. Let's first see if this compiles, but why wouldn't it? Oh, why wouldn't it? Because it's no I32. It should be a U32 though. There you go. Let's see if this builds. Oh, we have an issue? No, good. Nice. Next, I need to generate a buffer. Family man, I mean, now obviously I don't want Zoe or spoil Zoe, for example, right? I don't want to spoil. I still want her to learn what it means to, like, basically, money is like a resource that you spend or manage, right? If people don't learn that, then they're just gonna spend all the money on stupid stuff, right? So obviously I still have to, I can't just here's 100,000 shush, right? That would be stupid, of course. Let's see, upload global data. So we need to spawn towers, which I guess we could have the spawn system. And then it says, I need to be able to spawn towers from the CPU on a certain grid position. And based on that grid position is where I put the tower. It is on the grid position. Oh, we need a tile size too, but we'll worry about that later. The hate for Gothic remake fuels him. The hate for Gothic remake made me wanna go and make a Gothic remake game, yes. In order to be able to do that, my next game, or moving forward, either my next game or the YouTube or the Twitch, like something has to become successful enough so that I can comfortably get a house for my family, live in the house, make games there for 1 to 2, not 1 to 2, like 3-4 years. So that we can focus on 3D and learn how to make a Gothic remake, yes. I want to make a Gothic remake. Why do you need a house for that? Because I'm wasting money every month right now. And it is safer to have a house for the family. That even if time goes rough, the house is yours. It is stupid to pay rent all your life. It's all about security. When you are paying rent, you have to worry about getting evicted. Or they could literally just say, please go out of the house. I need to use it for myself, for example, right? And like that, there's many things like that. You're paying someone rent. You're not paying for yourself. There's like 1,000 euros gone every month that you will never see again. But if you have a house and you're paying a mortgage, whatever you call it, every month you pay that money, you own a little bit more of the house every month. So it's just better. I don't know if you will always rent from the government, because there are properties that people own where I don't think they pay any money on those properties, as far as I understand. But I haven't gone too deep yet. Like, this is one of the questions that I still have to answer myself. You can find a house that needs work, doing it for cheap somewhere in Germany, and make refurb streams and YouTube videos too. Yeah, sure. That's what I want to do. I will do streams where I, make refurb the house or something. Yes, that's part of the plan, of course. I want to do that. Of course. When we finally get to buy a house or get a house for us, then obviously I will spend the time and effort to also stream that, right? Because I'll be there alone. My wife, we will still live in the flat, and I will just travel to the house and do work there, right? Just to kind of figure out how to get internet there, right? And electricity. I think renting is smarter. No, renting is not smarter over time. I'll give you a simple example why renting is not smarter. Cancel. In Germany. In Germany, you can buy a flat. Let's say you pay 20,000 to the bank, and you buy the flat with the help of the bank for 200,000. Okay, so you have a loan that you have to take out for 180k that you have to pay back to the bank. Now you live in that flat for 3 years. And while you live there, you repair it, you do some work, you polish it up. Basically, you make it more livable, more inviting. Maybe you redo the bathroom. Maybe you build a new kitchen. Maybe you do the electricity, you know, nicer lamps. Maybe a new deck ceiling, whatever that's called. New sides, basically tapete in English. And then 3 years later, in Germany, you can sell the house. So initially you spent 20,000 euros. And you had to lend yourself 180k. Now you sell the house because you bought the house for 200k, and you sell the house for 300k because of inflation, and you refurbished it. I guess it's called refurbishing. I don't know if it's refurbishing. Renovated. You renovated the house. Now you have 300,000 because you pay 0 taxes on that. You say you pay 0 taxes. Now you have 300,000 in your bank account. Not kidding. And then you get another house. Or you get a house, you pay 50k, lend yourself the rest from the bank, you have 250k in your bank account, and you move on. Yeah, listen, there are more details about more stuff that you have to pay, but that's essentially how it works. And don't tell me it doesn't work, because it does. I've seen people do it. I have example of people doing it. It does work. I have some others that are literally, and what people do when they're renting properties, they do exactly this thing, but since they don't live there and they're renting it out, they can't do it after 3 years. They do it after 10 years. So inflation goes up even more. You have less return because it's 10 years, but still. The 180k loan is still something you pay monthly, but you still have 250k in your bank or 300k in your bank. Let it be 250k in your bank, but it'll be way more than you spent initially because of inflation, and you refurbished the house, you renovated it. That's just what it is. A renovated house will sell for more than an unrenovated house. So you get a house that is not renovated, but you need to put in a lot of work. And the difficulty with getting a house like that is getting it in a good location. Because you will always be able to get a house kind of cheap in bad locations, but people usually don't want to buy these houses or flats. So obviously you're gonna have to do some work, but it's possible. The reason why some words are long in Germany is because we just concatenate them. We call string concatenate on all of those. Anyways, 200k in Germany is like a dream coming true. It's possible. I worked as a script writer last year, I think. Was it last year? Or 2 years ago. I worked as a script writer for like some smaller company, and the head or the boss of that company did exactly that. He told me that 2 years ago already, or 1.5 years ago, or 1 year ago, something like that. He did exactly that. They bought a house for 160k and sold it for 260 or something. And then with that money, they bought an actual house. They bought a flat, flat, not a house, a flat. Renovated it, lived there. It was a terrible Umfeld in English, terrible area where they lived. It wasn't a great area, but they still sold it for over 100k plus. And then they had literally 200 something k on their bank account. And with that money, they started they got a loan from a bank to buy a house. And he was just in the process of renovating that house for his family. And the cool thing in Germany is that you can sell that rent-free if you live in it for more than 2 years. You have to live in it yourself, or you have to hold it for 10 years. That's the idea. Let's make the buffer, guys. Buffer. Create buffers. There we go. Towers storage buffer. So can't just own it for 3 years? No, if you own it and you rent it out to someone else, then you have to own it for 10 years to be able to sell it rent-free, tax-free. But if you live in it, then you can... If you live in it... excuse me, then you can... Hold up. If you live in it... what you call it? Sorry. If you live in it, then you can sell it after 3 years. 2 years. And you can repeat it, right? You can repeat it. You could go from flat to flat to flat, but usually people that do that, as far as I understand, they do flat and then a house. Oops. I hate that. I didn't do that. But again, guys, I'm still learning all of this, okay? So if someone just got an idea, please do your own research. Aha, so it just took 10 years to update the IntelliSense. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, and so here we're going to make GPU towers. Which will be max towers. And the idea is that I will just use this area on the CPU together with the write back, because I think we have padding in here. Tower count. But I would still have to write back the towers. What if a tower dies? It never really dies though. If I kill a tower, or I just do 256 iterations there in the chunking part. I mean 256 is perfect because that's the size I have in the shader. I can only have 250. Yeah, I mean in the beginning I'll only have 256. Yeah. Tower count, and then I'll update the towers, and when a tower dies, I put the last tower there, and then we need it. Yeah, tower count is an atomic. So let's do that real quick. GPU write back. The padding here will be a tower count, which is of type U32, but it's an atomic. I wonder how that works. Huh. Object pooling. Yeah, this is kind of object pooling that you know from Unity. Tower count. The GPU writes back the tower count, and I can manage the tower count from the CPU. And upload it. I keep the GPU write back everything the same, but I update the tower count from the CPU. Let's test it out, guys. It's kind of a bit complicated right now. We could test that. Render data, towers. Then I manage this thing here as well. 200 to 500k can easily be handled by a decent ECS, but if you're planning millions, I don't know. Also, Quad-3 wouldn't solve your issue instead of doing everything on the GPU. Santox, the thing is, especially with a management game, let's say a city management game or building game, is that you are only, right now, you are isolating the enemies in a loop using ECS. And you're optimizing it as much as possible on the CPU, but every single thing that, or every single operation with the enemies that you do on the CPU will also take away from all the other stuff that is happening on the CPU for the town, for the game, the player movement, the buildings interacting with each other. AI, not AI, but I mean, it is AI. Enemy, no, not enemy AI. NPC AI that finds stuff to build. Right now, I can instantly build these things. My idea is that these will slowly be built by workers. So a worker will go there, cluck, 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 and it slowly comes out from the ground, be built in time. It won't spawn immediately, right? So all of this stuff will also tax the CPU at the same time. So and then it becomes more difficult to also have all of these enemies. Clock, 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 yeah. That's why I put them on the GPU. And then you basically balance out CPU and GPU together. Don't tell me to vibe code, buddy. Don't tell me to vibe code. Alright, so we need to spawn towers. When I write that to the... I mean, we need to know if a tower is dead or destroyed. But we're never writing that back. That's bad. We're never writing the array of towers back. The entire buffer is managed. So we need a tower spawn count. Like an enemy spawn count and positions where they spawn. Here, global data right now holds how many enemies I spawn. We need a kind of a structure. Tower spawn. Nah, it doesn't work. The towers array already does that. The grid position and I guess health is something we initialize. We kind of need to spawn towers on a grid position though. So how do we do that? I need a command from the CPU that spawns a tower on the GPU into the array. And once it's there, the GPU handles the array. You told me to link, yeah, but at the end, I guess I appreciate it. I'll keep the tab open, but can you remind me in about an hour from now? Because I just want to finish that. Appreciate it though, no exception. Thank you, man. Okay, hold up. So I need to tell the GPU to spawn 5 towers, and I need to know where to spawn them on the GPU. So I need at least the index into the tile grid where they are spawned. And I need to mark... I mean, no, hold up. The tiles get updated on the CPU. That's fine. They get shipped to the GPU every frame. So they do update. But I still need to know that a tower spawned. You know what? We do an int tower spawn count. And we do a GPU tower. Towers. Max towers. I hope this is not too much, man. It's a lot. But I think right now we need padding then. Oh, he was padding. Perfect. Then we don't need padding. I think that works. Nice. So now the enemy spawn count is reset every frame. Let's do that. Tower spawn count. Okay. I think, guys, we have all the setup code done. Now, hold up, one more thing. Here we spawn a building. There's two different things that we need to do. Okay, I'll keep this code the same way, but if the selected building is the same as tower, then we also tell the GPU to spawn a tower. And in update buildings, I will, if the building is a tower, I will ignore it. I will make this code better, but right now I just need to get it to work. Ignore towers for now. The GPU will handle them. In the future, the towers will not populate this array. But that's just the fastest thing. So, okay. Then we go back, and if it's a tower, we do a GPU tower. And we need to fill in the data here. The grid position, hit time, and health. Most of these things are easy to do. Actually, all of them are easy to do. There's grid position. Hit timer is not needed. Health is prefab, but health. Max health. Very simple. And then we do... Well, we can only spawn one a frame anyway. So if render data global data dot spawn tower count is less than max towers, then we do render data global data dot towers on, let's do an int tower count reference, because I don't want to type all of that all the time. Okay, cool. So now we are spawning a GPU tower, and this spawn building will also update the grid, which is the important part. Here, block tiles with the building. That will be done later in a different way. But right now, this is just the easiest way to have this be written to the GPU. And so for now, I just want to test if this code works, because if this works, then we can finally write the shader to spawn the building. And so we need to write two pipelines now. We need a compute pipelines. We need a spawn tower pipeline, or we can do it all in spawn enemies. So I think we'll do it all in spawn enemies. And then, yeah, we'll do it in spawn enemies. And then we will do it in, sorry, we will, excuse me, we will, what you call it? What you call it? Probably in spawn enemies, but what you call it? Oh, God damn it, man. We need to update the towers. We need an update tower code on the GPU. But yeah, let's see if it actually runs, because we changed data a lot. You kidding me? It's black? Shit. So global data just... What happened? Oh, I know why. No, guys, I know why.
says to find what you should call it type. Stack command into chat Cakez 7MHM.
Ah, okay, this guy's spending money to bait people. This guy's insufferable. Where's global data? There you go. Bait. Towers. So we need a tower spawn count. Okay, buddy. think we're good now, right? I was missing the rework of global data on the GPU. So the GPU had a different definition of the structure. And that's why web GPU is bad, because in my own engine, when I was using DirectX, I only have to write the change one time. And I really, guys, if there's anyone in chat that finds a solution for me not having to type this twice every time, I don't know, maybe I could pay you or something. Because it is so annoying to have to type this twice every single time. And the reason why I type it twice is because some of these need to be atomic. Control C, Control V. Yeah, if that would work, buddy, then I would doing that. The definitions are reversed. Shit. What now? GPU tower, unknown identifier. Fuck. Why? Thought I had a GPU tower. Eh? Didn't I put this GPU tower there somewhere? Excuse me. I guess I didn't. Lol. Okay. GPU right back. Okay. GPU tower. Struct. Yeah, so the thing is, guys, I have to define this twice. And the problem is that the I vector 2 is literally just colon vec. No, I don't even vec 2 of I32s. That. Boom. And then this hit timer is a float, is a colon F32. And instead of semicolon, it's a comma. Health is an I32 and a comma. That is the difference, guys. That's why it sucks. Sounds like a job that I could do. Yeah, I guess, but consistently. I don't want to go type something, then tell AI turn it into a web GPU. No, I want to type it in my engine once, hit the save button, and I have the updated data already there. The moment I change global data, I also have the change on the GPU. That's the idea. I don't want to do any additional work, copy paste. Read my things. KC has something which takes the code and converts it to tokens, so you can just use his knowledge. What? Read my messages? Write a simple code generator. Casey has some which takes code and converts it to tokens. That sounds awfully complicated. I don't know, man. Doesn't sound like something that's easy to do, if I'm being completely honest. It is releasing at 3 AM for me. I'm really not interested in GTA, guys. Alright, the game works, guys. Cool. Nice. So it's blocking the tiles, but it's not drawing the tower. Perfect. Nice. So. I need to go to the bathroom. Where did these enemies come from? That's a bit annoying. 1 sec. Oh, my legs. Oh. Someone putting his dick in water? What is this? What the fuck? Yo. Aua. Aua. My leg hurts. It hurts, guys. So guys, are you ready to implement them towers on the GPU? What I'm a bit confused by is it looks like it is spawning a skeleton at the same time as a tower. Shouldn't do that. It should not do that. Shouldn't do this. So it's consuming the action. So then how come, oh, because the UI comes after. It's not. When does it spawn an enemy? Hold up. Reset game. I use shader reflection for the my engine if I understand correctly. I just do shader param some value cakes. I don't want to write shader reflection. Really, I just want how it is done in DirectX, to be honest. The way it looks in DirectX is this, guys. Watch. New window. Cakez framework. I have a DirectX renderer and I have a shader header. And everything that's in here, I just need to have some setup code, which basically is inside the shader we have different defines than in the engine. In the engine I can include this part right here. And these are defined to be just different names. Okay, because capitalizing doesn't work in the shader. And then here for HLSL, I need to define a vector2 to be a float2, but defines work. At least in HLSL. They don't work in WebGPU. WebGL, the extension WebGL, does not accept defines. So I can't just say a define and be done. But yeah, I need to have some setup code. But other than that... And these functions are also only on the shader, but... Other than that, I literally just do this. I see this in both the engine and the shader at the same time, and I write it once. This is literally the same thing in the shader and in the engine. If I add another rendering option, I just write another rendering option here, and it's both visible in the engine and shader. This too. This too. I have access to this in the shader and the engine. If I add another vector2 here, it'll be visible in both. That's the cool part. Same for transform. If I need some special thing, I just do an ifdef for engine and it's completely omitted in the shader. The shader ignores this part because the ifdef is not engine. The shader doesn't have engine defined. Same for material. In the shader, it's literally just this, but it's all in the same place. You know, that is the point. I don't have to do anything specific, or I don't have to write it again. I define it here and I move on. It is so easy to use. And it speeds up the development and minimizes mistakes so much. I don't want to reflect shader code, guys. Like, I have to set up some shader code reflection. I just want to write the code once and don't do any additional work, man. I'll look at it for 2 minutes, but it's gonna be super difficult. Where is it? In Gamedev? I don't see it. I posted code to reflect shader code using door on tint in C++. Where? Oh, paste bin. I see. Load the source file. Pass into an abstract syntax tree. Instantiate the inspector. Retrieve the entry point information. Inspect bindings. Yeah, but that's shader reflection. I don't want that. I just want to say struct vertex. And then I go into quad. And I know what a vertex is. Or global data. I want to say struct global data. And I go into a shader and I write global data. The reflection, the binding, I don't mind having to type that. That's fine. I don't need automation for that because I rarely change these. You don't need reflection for that. I just want the data to be available in both the shader and the engine. And I want to type it once. That is the difference. If WebGPU was defined, or WebGL, the language, was done better, I wouldn't have to deal with this at all. But these retards made such a great language or such a great library and then fucked up the shader code. It is literally... This would have been the perfect fit for me if they didn't have to go ahead and mangle the shader code into some stupid thing that makes it more easy for web devs or something. What a bunch of idiots. Sorry I'm being so mean, but it really bothers me. Because it's... Otherwise it's so good. But for anyone that uses this, they literally have to type everything twice because these dumb idiots had to invert the definitions. Really annoying. You can make a wrapper? No, I can't, because I can't do if-def. I can't do if-def. You know? That's the issues. I can't define anything because they took it away. They went backwards in progress. S-lang. This example demonstrates how to define vertex and fragment shader entry points as a compile-ready example. Eh? Huh? I don't get it. I don't get it. Nah, I'm too stupid to figure this out right now. I'm too stupid. I'm sorry. My brain just doesn't compute. I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should look. I should just make progress. The code on the left is what you write. The code on the right is output by S-lang. And then I have to run it through some S-lang thing. It looks like I have to run it through some executable or something that outputs data that I then have to manage somehow. I don't know, man. I think DirectX 11 is just king when it comes to this. Like, this is all just trash. It's in the Vulkan SDK. Yeah, but I still have to call the executable, then it spits out something, I think. I don't get it. Like, it's just so many steps. I just don't like it, guys. I really don't. I don't like it. Anyways, so we need a new shader. Let's do that. Update towers and spawn enemies. Needs to now also spawn. Here we go. Workgroup barrier, that's the thing. Enemy spawn count here. Let tower spawn count be global data dot tower spawn count. Can't you automate it once and then don't have to deal with it? That's the issue, Enix. I think you can, but I don't want to invest the time and effort into doing it because it shouldn't be that way. This might be a stupid, retarded take, but that's what I don't want to do it because I don't want to learn useless garbage like this. Honestly. I already am overwhelmed with all of the new stuff that I learn when it comes to game development, game design, making hopefully good games, and to learning how to other stuff, you know, when it comes to life. I don't want to learn this trash because it's garbage information. It's not useful at all. I need to learn this because some retard decided that they would completely change the shading language that has been established for years. And they didn't make it better, they made it worse. And they took away features that have been there before. What a dumbass. Sorry if I say it that way. But that's honestly, I'm being mean, but it makes me mad. Just makes me mad. Otherwise, it is really good. Web GPU is a really cool idea and library. I just hate the language, the shading language. Not because it's difficult to understand, because they deliberately... It could be so much simpler. You know? Okay, so we need an enemy draw buffer. We need a tower draw buffer. Which is how many towers are alive. I think that's what we need to learn a lot as well. So for example, right now, I could go into my shader header and get the information. But I have to maintain both of these. Tower count here. Right, I have the GPU right back here and in this stupid other thing. Tower count. And that difference alone makes me genuinely question whether I should continue with Web GPU or not. Because the setup and maintainability of DirectX and HLSL is just so much better. It is a million times better. But okay, we'll move on for now. We need an enemy dispatch, enemy draw buffer, and we need a tower draw buffer too. And a dispatch buffer. We need the same thing for towers. I have 9 bindings, lol. Oops. Yeah, of course, we don't have that set up right now. So, let's see, the tower dispatch buffer. And right now, towers can only grow, and then I'll manage the towers later. Right back. Don't. Hold up. Casey's code chain roughly 400, so when you build, you run your code chain at the same time and it produces a generated web GLSL, but it would take 1 to 2 days to write. In essence, it scans and looks for some, let's say, port web GLSL in your edge and then produces the same when you generate it here. It takes time to set up and I don't want to learn that. I hate it. It's a dumb thing. Pisses me off. I hate that I have to do this. It's already difficult enough writing a game in C++. I don't want to have to deal with this trash. Right, so we set up the tower dispatch buffer. Draw and dispatch buffer. To be, however, tower alive count. To however many towers we spawn. And that is the same thing for the work group. The how many we dispatch. Now in the right back, as far as I know, tower count needs to be updated. So I think I just want an atomic store for now, and I'll put a comment here. For now, just make towers grow only, never clean up. We atomically store in the right back dot tower count a tower draw buffer dot instance count. I hope that we can do that. Let's see if this code works. I use slang. Yeah, no, I get it. I get that there's ways to do it, right? And I might sound incredibly negative. I just don't want to waste my time on that. Because of where I come from. I come from DirectX, where I didn't have to worry about it, and it was nice to work with. I don't want that friction, and I've been spending too much time on other things already, which it just is totally not fun for me. You know? That's why I'd rather just not. That's honestly the truth. You can use DirectX with C too. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm generally thinking about switching to DirectX, but I didn't switch yet because so far I'm still making progress. So, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's see if it runs first. I'm pretty sure I made a mistake. Yes, I am not generating the program correctly. I need two buffers. I need an enemy dispatch and draw buffer. Sorry, a tower. Enemy draw buffer, enemy dispatch buffer. I'm going to start using... I'm gonna start using... sorry, what is it called? Oops. Local scopes here. Because I'm scared that I use the same buffer descriptors. And then I make a mistake. I'm scared to make a mistake here. So basically, for example, that is the draw buffer. That is the tower draw buffer and the tower dispatch buffer. But then we also use the tower draw buffer here. It's an indirect buffer. Here's the tower draw buffer. Create buffer. That seems reasonable. Here's the tower dispatch buffer in this case. Dispatch buffer. Tower draw buffer. I think I'm doing it correctly, right? I have everything set up correctly now. Good. So now we need to reload pipelines or programs. Spawn enemies. Yeah, that one. Spawn enemies needs to repeat 2 bindings, which is 1 and 2. Needs to be repeated. Yeah, we have 9 bindings. Enemy dispatch and draw buffers. This stuff is something I like, again, right? I like this setup here because it is really easy for me to directly see what I put into the shader. I generally like this. It's just the other stuff. The handling of the, you know, this data in the shader itself is really annoying. Because this stuff is almost exactly like in DirectX. Because now we have set up the spawn enemies shader to also include the dispatch buffer for the towers. And I think we won't get an error. Oh, we don't. Cool. Does it still function? It does. So now the game still functions and we have done the biggest part, which is spawning towers. We can now finally work on that. Did you see the Sibi clean GFX? Guys, there's always libs and stuff. I don't know. Clean GFX. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that, to be honest. Graphics, draw, command, root, vertex count. Like, to be honest, it's doesn't look that great to me. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm tired of learning libraries, guys. I really am. Because it takes learning all of these libraries. Think about it like this, guys. Let's say I am someone that learns Unity or can deal with Unity. I spend time learning Unity one time, then I know Unity. Learning a library is like learning Unity. How many libraries do you think I should learn before I just log in and make the fucking game? You know? I shouldn't be spending my time learning a million libraries. It's just not worth it, guys. It doesn't work like that. We're wasting our time. We should be making the game, moving on. I'm tired of learning libraries. I gotta be honest, I think DirectX is just superior to everything. DirectX 11, best choice ever. Thank you, Capushman, by the way, for showing it to me. If the libraries helped me out for multiple years. Yeah, but how many did actually help me out for multiple years so far? STB image is plug and play. STB has been the, and FreeType has been the only library so far that have been frictionless. Because it's single include header. Other than that, nothing really. Okay, guys. It is time. Hold up. Spawn enemies also needs to put... This is where we set the instant count, but for every tower that we spawn... do a var. STB image and STB Vorbis are great. I don't know what Vorbis is, but I like image a lot. What does Vorbis do? STB Vorbis? Guys, my leg is starting to sleep, bro. What's going on? OGG audio. Oh, I see compressed audio files so that you don't spend so much space on audio. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah. I'd rather just have WAV files, deal with that maybe in the future. It's compressed, yeah. All right, so we are getting a GPU tower. How do we, let's see, tower B global data dot, hold up, global data. Towers, yeah, tower spawn dot towers on I, and this is less than tower spawn count. We get a tower from there, and then we write that tower past the alive count. Which now we need an array of towers in here that we don't have at the moment. But I think I already made a tower buffer. So I'm just gonna put it right next to tiles. Binding 6. 7, 8, 9. Holy cow. If I save it now, the game's gonna not like that, which means main. Reload programs. It's literally the first. And I put the tower at 6. So 5 was a storage buffer. 6 is also a storage buffer. What I don't understand, guys, you know, what I don't understand is, why do I define this layout entry count thing? Of course, I see I need a layout entry count because it could be a generic storage buffer, but then I say what buffer it is. I see. I like DirectX more, not gonna lie. I like DirectX 10 times over, because you just say this is, you set the layout once and then when you draw, but fine, it's okay. I don't need to set the, I guess I need to set, shouldn't the buffer know the size? I don't understand. Why, if I set a buffer here and I say towers buffer, right? Oops. Shouldn't the Shouldn't the buffer already know the size? Why would I have to set the size here? Whatever. All right. Control A, Control A, Control A. There you go. Good stuff. Now it's in the shader too. Have you tried DirectX 12 gigs? No, I don't want to try it. If it's, I heard it's something like Vulkan, a lot of setup code. I don't like it. Nah, listen, so I don't think he would like it. No, like the reason why I won't like it is not because it's a bad library or something. I won't like it because when you're making a new game and you're experimenting with graphical effects or setup, like for example, I make a compute shader and I want to test out how to properly set it up. I need to change bindings, data, layouts, code, all of that stuff is something that DirectX 11 is very fast at. I can write the code in a couple of seconds, have it working and test it out, then having to go and changing so many different things just to test it out. You work at home? I work at a kind of an office. Bindless solves that. Yes, so bindless could solve this. I could have generic data in the GPU using one storage buffer, as far as I understand, and then I know that this much data is the global data and this much data is the other data. Probably that works, yeah. But I still think that there's still a lot of work. Like for example, if I only want to update part of that bindless buffer, then I need to copy into parts of the bindless buffer. I guess that will work though. Offset, size, boom, done, right? Works. But still, you have to deal with offsets and sizes a lot, yes. And you still won't get away from having to type these structures somewhere. And since this is web GPU, WebGL, you still have to define the structure twice. So you're looking at the same problem effectively. So not really much of a gainer there. And web GPU doesn't have bindless at all. You can make it bindless. Oh, bindless, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, web GPU doesn't have that. Let me see. Validation error up to 250,000 particles supported. Spawn enemies is invalid. Create layout. The limit is 8. Too many bindings of storage buffer. What do you mean? No. Really? What do you mean? I cannot have more? What the fuck, bro? Dawn Native and WebGPU Native both have support for bindless textures and samplers. Toll. But I'm using buffers mostly. The last time I changed the texture was once in a full moon or something. Well, I'm gonna get rid of enemy counts. That was just a debug thing anyways. Well, that sucks though. Not gonna lie. That is annoying. Well, fine. Uniform. Let's get rid of the storage buffer. Let's hope I don't use it in compute enemies. Let's just hope I don't. I'll be crying. I don't. Okay, nice. Good. Let's see if it works. Nope. God damn it. Alright, so tower spawn count is an U32. And I'm generating an I32 here. I'm literally just going to write that tower there because it's already initialized. So copy over the towers that spawned. Copy over the towers that spawned. Set up code later. There you go. It's definitely a lot more work spawning a single tower and having them operate, right? Because you need to do all of this setup code. Okay, cool. So now it looks like at least it doesn't crash. Let's check with RenderDoc real quick if this actually writes how many towers we have. Shall we? It also spawns enemies, but that's fine. Let me check the writing to the buffer. This is, I think this dispatch is it. Pipeline state, compute data, tower dispatch. And I want to know towers. That's not good. That's actually not good. Uh-oh. That's not so good. Okay, right back. Tower count 0. Well, that's annoying. Oh, I see. I know why. I know why, guys. I don't know why. Huh? Tower spawn count. So we set the tower spawn. Let me debug that then. Hold up. Let's do this. In-game UI. Don't I? Oh, enemy spawn count. I see. That's where it had. That's why. Aha. Eh? Oh, I see. Aha. There it was. Found it. Ah, guys. It is tedious. No. Why is it red? Ah. Sorry. Didn't build, actually. I was supposed to check if it was showing the enemy count instead, yeah. Hi from Gamescom. Hey, Duckball Dev, that's awesome. Hope you're having a good time. Thanks for joining, bro. Bro, are you going to open source your game engine? I don't think anyone wants to see my game engine, bro. It's so bad. Okay, now at least it doesn't spawn enemies, which is nice. That's what I wanted. No. See? Do a screenshot. Pipeline state. Towers. Guys! 10 health. Different grid positions. Tower storage buffer is written with towers. And how many towers do we have alive? Hold up. Eh? What did I just click on? Right back. Yeah, the right back buffer. Enemy count. Tower count 5. There it is. So now the cool part is, guys, that's the important part. We can now operate on these towers and access the enemies. This is where we actually code the towers. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. I need access to the projectiles. Ah, wait, does each tower have an ID? I just use the index. Yeah, I just use the index for now. That's fine. Guys, now it's time. We finally got to go to towers. Yay! Finally can go to towers and now we can draw them too. It's gonna be amazing. Just wait. Ho, 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 ho. Yay! All right, let's see. So we need a new shader. Update towers.webgsl. What do we need? We definitely need the towers binding. What else? We need the enemies to check the enemies. And we need the tiles, I think. Anything I forgot? Global data, probably for Delta time. Get tile flags. I suppose we need that function. Random. We need the workgroup size. Compute main. You know what? I'm just gonna do compute enemies. That's a bit easier. Create event. I think we need to be able to create it. Actually, no, the enemies create events. So we don't need that right now. We'll do this. What else do we want? No, compute enemies. Let's see. Yeah, so we return and update towers if... So we need the right back because we need to know how many towers are alive. So we'll put that here. And this is... Oh no. Spotify, I love you. Thank you very much. I put this on loop and I never changed it. And now it's been just spamming me with songs that I'm not actually part of my playlist, which means we have long been demonetized on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Spotify, I appreciate that a lot. So now please click this and loop the entire thing from top to bottom. Okay, I just want to listen to 3 Minecraft songs. Thank you. We need get tile flags, index, right back, enemy alive count. We need a tower alive count, I think. That's what we need. Because in the right count, sorry, right back. Man, it is complicated as hell. Tower count, yeah. So tower count. Index out of bounds. So. Alright. I'm going to draw dead towers for now. And they will always update. But what do we do? How about we try to find a target to attack? But only if we are actually attacking. So, first and foremost, a tower needs to have a timer where they attack. And I think what I will do to make it easy, because I don't want to add that timer right now. You know what? I'm just gonna add that timer to the tower. One sec. No, I can't. I can't. One sec. I wanted that. Where's this variable that I did? Ah, here. Work group. Just make it quick and dirty. I want a variable for animation time, and I only do if index is 0. Anim time plus equals delta time. Or something. Hey Lukas Bong, was geht? Ja, this time I saw you. Hallo! Tische und Stühle. Okay, yeah, this is my game. Currently working on towers. Adding towers to kill enemies. Kill enemies with towers. Trying to implement towers. Let's see. Oops. Let's put this to the side a bit more. Yeah. We need the... Let's just do, say... But, nah, this will only make one tower attack. I need an animation time on each tower, guys. Fuck. I guarantee you that if I do that, it won't work. I need a anim. You know what? I'm using the hit timer for now. Yeah. We use the hit timer. Okay, let tower be towers on index, right? We get a tower to update. Oh, this is a var, by the way, because we're writing towers back at the end. Towers on index is tower, right? And all we do with the tower dot hit timer plus equals global data dot delta time. Basically increase attack timer, and then we just let an attack delay be every second, right? So we attack every second. Oops. And then if The tower.hit timer is greater or equal than the attack delay. Obviously, we do tower minus or dot hit timer. I don't know if there's minus equals, but we'll figure it out. Attack delay. We probably want to do this in a while loop, but for now we just do an if and do that every frame. So basically decrease the timer and then we look for enemy to attack. And this is where I think I can just yoink that from update buildings. If it's a tower, find the target. So we need the grid position, 2 for loops, and choose the enemy with the greatest tile. Let's see. So first and foremost, we need a for loop from compute enemies. Let's yoink that. And then we do, let's see, we have the grid position. Let's get that here too. We figured that out already, didn't we? We don't need that if check actually. Let's see, so these 2 for loops can go away. I think we're almost there. We get the min and max thing. We don't look at the enemy count, but we look at the tiles themselves to figure out the enemies. Right, that's in compute enemies. So we kind of need to... I mean, it gets the tile, atomically loads. That count minimum goes over the neighbors. There we go. That's what we need to do for towers as well. It's kind of looking for neighbors in a way. Let me see. Tile index. How do I get the tile index? There you go. We get the enemy count per tile. We go over the enemies. And that is just an enemy from enemies. You follow me, guys? Good. Tomorrow we're gonna have a test. Oops. And let's just create a var min distance to be a very large distance. And then over here, we let the attack radius be an integer value or in tiles. Let's say 5 tiles. 5 tiles up, 5 tiles left. And then we do minus plus attack radius. Here too. All right, you guys following so far? I think I have to do... These are I32s. Hopefully that works. We get a tile index. We get the tile. Hold up. Tile.enemies. Write back enemy counts. Enemy count per tile. Enemy count per tile minimum. Loop over the index. Get a enemy index. Use the enemy index. To get an enemy, check the enemy distance. And I have a tower grid position, but I don't actually have a world position. So I need to compute the world position from the grid position, which I think I can call... I mean, I get the tile flag. How do I get the position from that? Damn it. How do I get the position from this? Uh-oh. I only have a grid position for the tower, not the actual damage. Kacke. I think I'm missing one here. No. Building target. This is not important. We are literally just going to spawn a projectile here. A tower position. I need to figure out how to get the tower position. You know what? I'm going to shoot at the first enemy it finds for now. Nah, let's try. If the enemy distance is less than min distance, then min distance. Why is there an underscore dist? I'm going to shoot at the first enemy I find. How do I do that? I need to spawn a projectile. Oh man. Projectiles don't live on the GPU, guys. Oh no. I don't have a projectile array on the GPU. So we need to get that there as well. And then we need to have a shader that updates the projectiles on the GPU. And then the projectiles are checked against yeah, toll. And it's already 7 PM. Won't you skip enemies at the edge of the grid by adding attack
Am I
radius
so
to
out of
min-and-max?
touch? No.
Homer underscore Pimpson just subscribe.
Oh, you're right. This is wrong here. Yeah, the edge of the map should be... I need to do the plus and minus, and I need to say -1 here. Sorry, that's actually correct. That needs to be -1. That needs to stay that. Yo, Homer Pimpson. What a freaking great name, bro. Thank you very much for subscribing, bro. I appreciate it. Hi from Gamescom. Yo, what's up? Hello there, Lambda on YouTube. Hope you're doing good. Oh man, guys, I don't want to set up all of these buffers now. Oh no. Basically, I need to spawn projectile towards enemy. And for that, we still need the direction. So we kind of need the let enemy normalize enemy.position minus tower position. And I need to get away. I need to have a way to get the position of a tower from a grid position. Since enemy count will be much more than tower count, doesn't checking nearest towers inside the enemy shader make more sense? I don't know. But the tower has life on its own. The tower decides when to shoot a projectile. And if it scans all of the tiles surrounding it and there's no tiles, then it shouldn't shoot. The towers need to check. And also, this code right here should not be that inefficient. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because this code is run for maybe 100 towers. And if we have max enemy, we could check. We have 100 towers, we multiply that by 16 enemies per tile, and we multiply that by 5 by 5, 25 tiles. That is 40,000 iterations. It's not that much. In theory, it's fine. We'll see. If it becomes a problem, I will split the enemy's array up into just positions. Because the way you optimize this on the GPU is not by minimizing the iterations. You can, but in this case, you most likely can't. The way you optimize this is by And mind you, this doesn't happen every frame. This only happens when the tower is ready to shoot. So here, in this if check. In most cases, the tower is recharging its attack and it's not going to shoot. So this happens only some of the time. But if it happens, obviously to avoid lag spikes, the less data you need to loop over, the more efficient this is. So if I have to do 40,000 checks on 100 towers, the less data I need to load into the cache, the faster I can operate on the data. So I would optimize the data then. I would split enemies from positions. Basically, I would do a ECS kind of system, but on the GPU. If that makes sense. So, yeah. We need a tower position though. So, guys, it is already 7 PM and I feel like I need a small break. Maybe it's better if I implement this gravity. I didn't think I would need to spawn projectiles and then have them... God damn it, man. Yeah, guys, I need a shader, a compute shader to update projectiles. Since towers shoot into the projectile array. And also I will be able to spawn kind of a projectile that immediately dies but is alive for 1 frame. It will be constantly checking when ready to shoot. No, it won't. It will shoot 1 time and reset the timer. And then it checks again once it reaches the timer. And like it won't constantly check because of this line of code here. This is the reset attack timer kind of. You know. Thank you, by the way, for this thing right here. That would have been a bug. Chat is tired of coding as well. Yeah, the problem is the setup code, guys. I can't just go and grab the array. I have to make a buffer for the GPU. I have to populate the buffer properly with projectiles from the CPU, from the GPU. So I think it would be better if I just type that setup code and then tomorrow we just make it work. I think it would be better. I think it's better if we just look at the Thornity games, see where they are. Where are they? Is null exception still here? Let's see. Let me check /user. Ah, thank you. So these are 3 games that have been released by Thornity. Hold up. 1 sec. There you go. Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's see. Mining and Dwarfs. Oh, it's a supporter pack. Wait. Wait, so yeah, we saw... Huh? Oh, so wait. So these are other games. I see. I thought it was the other tower defense. How's that doing? What is that called again? Protect the pitch. There you go. This one, right? That one is not releasing yet. Protect the pitch. Yeah, we played this. You guys remember? We played this game. But this is not releasing. I thought it was releasing too. But okay. So these are other games then. We have... So which ones? The Orbit Breaker A minimalist bullet hell with incremental upgrades. Shoot orbs at enemies, earn money, and embrace the chaos. 27th. Oh, I see. Supporter pack. 27. Okay, so wait, these are 3 games or is it 2? Oh, well, yeah, it's 3 games. Sorry, yeah. So these 3 games. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we can play them tomorrow. Oh, there's 95 players. Isn't that bad? 95 players? Oh, you don't see it. Hold up. 95 players here. That looks good to me. Right? So what do? You wait, you break bricks and you get resources and then you go through a skill tree to evade turrets while breaking bricks. Okay. It's a bullet hell type of game. Right? Damn, that's it, like, bruh. That's a big... Okay, cool. I mean, 95 players isn't bad at all. I don't know why it doesn't have any reviews yet. Why would it not have any reviews? Is it just not updated yet? 0 user reviews? Why? I mean, we could try these out. Maybe I can get a key or something. We could try these tomorrow. It looks like it's the same style of game that we played in Black Hole. At least when I look at... Where's the skill tree? When I look at the skill tree, I generally do not like these type of skill trees though, too much. But again, it worked in Black Hole too, so I don't know. 95 players looks good to me. Orb bonus damage, currently 45. Why would people submit already reviews? Already submit reviews? I mean, they've been out for quite a while now. Same dev? Yeah, I think... I don't know if they made the games together. One of them coded them and the other one published. I don't know. I'd have to ask Thornity. No clue. Yeah, buddy, the game came out at 1 hour... Huh? It's about an hour ago. So you mean to tell me that for 1 hour, not a single person is reviewing the game? You mean to tell me that all of these people are so busy playing that they are not... Okay, fine. So here's one user review already. This game. This is 47. Okay, so that's not as successful as the other one. What is this? Fishing game. Let's see. Oh my god. Same skill tree. Okay. And all of these games don't get me wrong. Are made in Godot? Are they made in Godot? Are they? Or not? Still, man, 47 players, I gotta be honest, it's better than nothing, absolutely. Like, let's see, if we compare that to Click and Conquer. Wasn't that didn't have too many players either, and it went very well. Yeah, okay, 300 is quite a lot, but I think it popped off later, didn't it? When did it pop off? It released on to 100 players. Eh? Is that the same day? Oh, it's the second day. So the first day was 100 players. That looks promising, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't think that's bad at all. Even with 50 people playing. You know. 47. The problem with checking the whole area is when all the towers do it at the same time, but it'll cause a performance issue. No, because it's on the GPU and it'll be somewhat fast. You have to remind yourself that I did this exact check with a radius of 1, so I'm checking 9 tiles instead of 25. 9 tiles instead of 25. per enemy on the GPU on 32 enemies per tile with 2 million enemies, or let's say with 200,000 enemies. That check barely does anything and it runs on 1 millisecond on the GPU. So it won't be an issue because I have that little amount of towers. It won't really be, it won't do much to the performance. I'm pretty sure. If it does, then we'll figure out something else. So this game came out also an hour ago, it looks like, right? Yeah. I mean, 40, like, it's still growing. I don't know why they say the games are not doing well. I would say the games are doing well. Mining and dwarves. Look at this. This has 200 people playing. Huh? That's good. Nani? It's doing very well. Two user reviews already. Let's see what are they saying. The game is just boring. Progression is incredibly linear. Few impactful decisions. I mean, that would be me. It's probably the same skill tree. Let's see. But still, so many people enjoy this type of progression, right? So it clearly works. Yeah. Wait, is that the same as feeding a black hole, though? It doesn't look like a lot of linear progression unless they made it so linear that you can only really choose one right upgrade. But that doesn't look linear to me, sorry. This guy spent like half an hour in the game. Let's do the impossible and see how ridiculous this mine can get. Wait, is it a black hole game or not? Are you picking up the currency or what's happening? Huh? What's happening? Collects all ore. Oh, so you have actives. Where's the ore coming from, though? Wait, the miners dig out the ore? And the ore needs to be placed into the black hole. Right? A miner picks the ore and then it gets put into the black hole. Right? But it came out just here. I guess we'll have to play it. I'm gonna ask Thornity for a key or something. Okay. I gotta be honest, 200 players is amazing. Really cool. Nice font choice. This font here, yeah, it looks nice, right? Is this also made with Godot? Can you see that? It doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it's Godot, right? Sock House Studios? What is Sock House Studios? I feel like I read this before. Hey? Wait, that's Thornity? What? Nice name. Click and Conquer Dev. Oh, so it's the developer of Click and Conquer. Oh, it's a different developer then. I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll ask Thornity for a key, guys, and I'll play these tomorrow. Like, I don't know, 20 minutes each, right? Should be enough. Because they look like they all follow more or less the same concept. Definitely this one looks the best out of all of them. Because I think it's the pixel art, I don't know. Maybe it's the pixel art, I don't know. And like, it definitely looks the coolest out of all of them. Are you copying games again? I'm looking at games that were released by a friend. What are you talking about? Can I not look at games, dummy? Huh? Are you copying games again? So you tell that to the Minecraft dev who took a game that was just like Minecraft and made it better and earned billions of dollars doing so? You're gonna say that to him as well? While he's swimming in a pool that is the size of a football field or something? Sure, buddy.
Keep having that impression, buddy. Keep going that way.
See how far it gets you. Make something unique like oranges and then, you know, make it a tower defense game. I heard that works very well. You can try that concept. I'm telling you, that's gonna make it's gonna make you millions. Make oranges and have them upgradable, you know, defeat towers that are circles. Make that, buddy, and come back. People are stupid as hell, bro. It's crazy. Doable in a week. Okay, buddy. But you're talking about the structure of arrays as opposed to array of structures. You don't update each entity. I mean, as properties, you update individual properties of each entity. Yeah, it's more about loading them into the cache and checking them. But yeah, that too. Just vibe coded it in a week. Yeah, show me. Where is it then? Huh? If you vibe coded it so fast. Huh? Could you give me some tips for my Steam page? I'm still pretty early in development. I'm struggling to come up with good ideas for what to add or improve. Yeah, I could try that tomorrow. You could write me on Discord. Cakez. Sock Pop Collective is also an interesting indie dev publisher. I would assume it is. Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to check out those games, I'll play them tomorrow, okay? Here you go. Check it out. Are you working on your next game already? Oh, so now you come in here asking questions? Why would I tell you my secrets? Huh? Mr. Mozart. So you can take them to steal ideas? Can't wait to play it in 4 years. Okay, so this guy's getting banned. And I'm not gonna tell you what I'm working on. Just. Thornity was worried they would all flop. I see. I mean, maybe because the market's getting oversaturated, huh? I mean, I definitely have seen this, and for me, if I'm being honest, as a gamer, I'm not interested in that at all. I'm playing it more for you guys to check out the games. It's just not my type of game. But I'm just one person, and it looks like enough people on Steam still enjoy these types of games, so I'm pretty sure that the dwarf game and the first game are gonna do well. 100 people playing a game is nice. And they were developed in a short time as well, so that's, you have to keep that in mind. It's not like it took them 5 years to make these games, so they have daily deal front page today. Who has daily deal? Or the black hole game. Yeah, then the black hole game should have like 1,000 people playing or something, right? Let's see. Game about feeding a black hole is minus 50% plus front page. Yeah, that has to be. Wait, why is it not 1,000 people playing? Maybe it needs to build up first though. It's already spiking up though. 48 hours. I would assume it goes big, right? Today? It's only... Why is it lagging? Stop lagging. Hey! Why is that graph lagging? You see that? Lol. It's lagging because it can't handle. It just went on sale. Oh, it just went on sale. So they mistimed it a little bit, I guess. It should have been on sale before the daily deal. Or, like, isn't the day... Wait, if I go to Steam now, it's going to be on my Steam page, correct? If I go to store. It should show up for me. Why is it showing me featured? So it should show here somewhere? In discounts? No, daily deal is shows you... No, wait, featured and recommended is per person, right? Discounts and events here. It should show up here. There it is, yeah. Today's deal. There you go. 2 today's deal. Blade Song and the Black Hole game. Okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe they mistimed it though. Since when has this been here? Did they fuck up the timing a bit? Because every second counts here, right? You only have 24 hours. Okay. Anyways, good stuff. And they did it 1 hour late. Ooh, I would have just if it was me, I I would have discounted it like 2 days earlier or something. I don't know. I mean, you also want to have the wish list at the same time though, right? So you kind of want to perfectly time it. Because when you discount it, it's gonna boost, it's gonna send a mail to the wish lists, right? So you kind of want to do it exactly at the moment. So they must have fucked up the time zone a bit. I would make it same time, yeah, probably best. Anyways. Okay. See, it's still going up, so I don't know. Looks good to me. Maybe this one is not doing too hot, but it's also 56 now, so looking all good. 200 people playing. Yeah, that's also why I wanted to wait a bit. Just checking when it releases directly usually doesn't tell you much. We'll check again tomorrow, okay? I'll keep this open. Shit, of course, now I closed it. Freaking hell. Man, that game was such a letdown. I think it would have been so good, bro. God damn it. I was actually excited to play this, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck. They really destroyed the UI. Like, they need to make it better. They need to make it better. Man. Or maybe it's fully vibe coded, like you guys are saying. I don't know. I was excited for testing it out, bro. I was expecting a good game. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Number goes up, games may have peaked. I don't know, man. If I look at some of these numbers, to give you an idea, okay, this game right here has, sorry, wrong. This game right here has over 100 players. Right now, 122 players. And now obviously it's not the same amount of money that you get for each copy that you sell, but comparing it, we have Tangy TD on release. Let's go to the very beginning. In the first day, I had 200 people play, and the game made $32,000 in the first day. So think about it like this. This game, we can look at the life cycle real quick, right? When it was first released on Steam, was about a month ago. June, July, August. It was about 2 to 3 months ago. That's when it came on Steam. And let's say the dev cycle was 5 months, right? And I'm assuming it'll go up even higher than 122 players. Let's say they earn about the same. Well, let's just make it 30k. And divide that by 5 months. That is this much you get per month. Something like this. Because it's gonna have an end that people will play, you know, towards, like, the hype of the release, fine, you get a lot of money. But after that, you're gonna have daily income from the game. With bundles, with other stuff. You know, it's still going to give you money over time, and you didn't invest that much. So that looks nice, right? Obviously, it's not one person. There's more than one person making this game. You split it in half. That is still very good. Okay, as someone who survived on like 400 a month or 500 a month, let me tell you, that is a big, 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 big number here, okay? That is huge. So, yeah. To me, these are all successful. Maybe the fishing game is a little lacking. But as far as I understand, they are all bundled together. Right? They're trying to do a big push with all of the bundles and stuff like that. And as far, I think they are also advertising the other games in their bundle page here. Are they? Yes, yes. So here are the other games, right? So they also have this bundle info. A bundle thing here. And here too. And I think, or even here too. Right? So they make big bundles. I would assume this will pop off. And you know what, guys? We can do the same. Similar. When I release my new game, we'll make a bundle with Tangy TD. We'll make an update with Tangy TD. We'll make a discount. A unique discount for Tangy TD. Minus 40% or something. Right? Let's see. We just do exactly what they do since it seems to work, right? We still develop a game. We do the same work, but we learn from the strategies of others. Let's see. 9.99. Multiply that by 0.6. That is 40%. That is 5.99. 40% discount on Tangy? Or a 30% discount on Tangy, right? Something like that. That would be 6.99. Right? You know, that'll be a unique discount. It never happened before. You have a huge amount of wish lists. Thank goodness. That should work. Together with a daily deal. Bundles should work. I can talk to the Gnomes devs, you know. They will probably take part in a bundle and maybe also do a big discount, right? We could... I love this. This is cool. Finally have... We can... Guys, you know what this is called? Being able to play the game, finally. This is the game. Kinda need to play it in order to put bread on the table, so... It is crazy that you needed a calculator to figure that out as a programmer. Yeah, I spent 5 hours just doing something. In the morning I was coding too. Yeah, I spent a little bit of Gehirnschmalz on coding, bro. Okay, so I don't want to use that and I want to relax right now and calm down. And then this guy types some stupid message in chat. Oh, this guy can't even do math without a calculator. Yeah, because I spent my brain power on coding. Idiot. People in chat are so stupid. Sorry. Not you guys. Okay? The other guy. Knowledge is power. Still uses calculator. Okay, buddy. Guys, it's time to go to Zoe, I think. We had a W stream today. I'm very happy. We managed to do a lot of different things. I'm very happy about it. What are your favorite game dev companies? I don't really follow it too much, but definitely From Software. Triple G, Grindiger Games, Valve, yeah, good one. I don't really like, yeah, I follow games more, but yeah, Triple G is GigaChat, Valve is GigaChat, Valve is S tier, yeah. InnoGames, I don't know what InnoGames is. I don't really follow that many different games. Okay. It was really fun. I'm especially looking forward to the AI versus human coder showdown in 1 week. Yeah, that's an interesting one, right? I'll have to get off my ass and get some good coding done for that. Valve Source Engine. Yeah, I want to test out that engine too, bro. You know, I think I will slow down a little bit with coding the game once we have a Steam page. We'll see though, because I'm preparing a couple of videos and shorts already. Once I finally get to upgrades for towers and different effects, once we have the entire gameplay loop, the setup with, oh, I spawned a project. Once we have all of that done and working, I can finally start to get some really good upgrades going on the towers, and then we can start posting clips. And I'll do exactly what the Sir We Have an Orc Problem devs did. Don't you have 1,000 hours and they are billions? They are crying now. I have 1,000 hours and they are billions, yeah, and I actively play it still. I don't think... I know what makes the game fun. I think I can make a really fun defense game. I generally believe that, yep. Because I want to play it myself. Valve went with OpenGL and DirectX. Savage. Because DirectX is amazing. DirectX is great, guys. Right, right, my brothers? Number go up may have peaked. I don't think so. I don't think so. So we have an orc problem is also number go up type game, incremental game, and it seems to work. And I will design my game that way too. We'll see. Really good stuff today. Very happy. Very good stuff. All right, guys. Let's not overstay our welcome. I haven't sent you over to Lanolux in a while. I'm gonna send you over to Lanolux. Tai Killer? What is he doing? Finishing chaos.speedrun 4 stone. I see. Yeah, I used to watch him quite a bit actually. When he was speedrunning. Kind of fun to watch. Hand of Blood. Gamescom also mini show. Cool. Anyways, guys, thank you very much for joining. Have fun, bro. Yeah, hope you have a good, wonderful evening. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. I'll be online back online tomorrow. And tomorrow might not be a day where I play games only. No, tomorrow will be a coding day. But yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Towers tomorrow, guys. Towers. Still working on towers. Tschüss. 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 On YouTube. See you tomorrow too. Bye. Bye-bye.